Okie dokie. Let's see here. You are now live streaming to YouTube. And it is 7 o'clock, people. Right on the dot. Broadcasting live right here on your T-Man's Go-Karts. You know it's true. It's happening right now. All right. Audio. It should be broadcasted. What's going on here? It says we are live streaming to YouTube. Live streaming to YouTube. All right. They keep hitting refresh to make sure that we are doing it. Let's go up here. Hey, Atsar, what's going on? So this thing is working then, huh? That's good. James, what's going on? Must not have Zello cracking. No, I don't. I don't have Zello on. No. Don't forget to thumbs up the video, guys, so that way other people get notified and stuff. For some reason, this thing's not popping up on my live stream, so on my YouTube channel. What's going on here? God dang it. Let's go over here to my actual channel. I don't want to customize it. Let's go back up over here to videos. Nice background. I know. Oh, there we go. There it is. Okay. Back up over here to videos. Oh, I have to mute it. There we go. Okay. Sweet. So how's everybody been doing? Did you guys see the last video of all the crazy stuff that's going on here at the house? Yeah. Yeah. Animated GIF right there. Doing the trusty green screen. Yep. Once we get about 10 people in here, I'll give you guys a little announcement. Ats already knows about it, but the rest of nobody else knows about it. So yeah, there's only a few people. Yeah. Don't forget to, if you got some extra, extra funds, don't forget to do the super chat via either super chat or via PayPal down below. That'll be cool. Hell yeah. You got lots of things to do, like yeah, lots of stuff. Yeah, the oh geez, I don't even know where to start, but yeah, I mean, probably I had a few people tell me that I should part out Cody's go-kart. And I think I'll probably do that and chop it up and use it for some other build too. Hey, Austin. And the to-do list never ends. That's right. Things to do. Yeah. Of course, if you didn't have things to do, then, life would be pretty dang boring, wouldn't it? Oh, yeah. No extra funds here. Spending too much, yeah. Yeah. I'm still kind of waiting on what's going on with my case. Haven't heard anything. I'm looking at my email right now, and yeah, there's nothing. Don't see anything going on. Yeah. They had a we had the one thing was filed in the court, which was the finding and recommendations that was put out by the magistrate, the new magistrate that's handling the case. And then I responded to her finding and recommendations with the information that I felt was pertinent to the stuff that she had requested. But I think so. I'm working on my CNC machine while listening. Oh. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I'm thinking about maybe parting out Cody's go-kart. Obviously, most likely just throw the chain away. Because there's still a good jack shaft that's on that thing, and the clutch probably will have to be cleaned up, and the engine, geez, I don't know. I'm kind of worried about that engine, and same with Allie's go-kart. Allie's go-kart is sitting over in the weeds, and so I'm pretty sure I'll probably have to get 2 new carburetors, maybe new gas tanks, and maybe new fuel lines. But yeah, that's something I'm gonna have to do with those. Then I'll have two well, relatively new engines. I don't know if I want to. I don't know. I've thought about getting one of those sonic cleaners. Donnie Boy 73 has one of those sonic cleaners, and he puts his carburetors in there in it, and he says it worked. They work great. So Austin is asking, what machine do you have, Atsar? What CNC machine do you have? Dump the chain in a bucket of oil for like a month. Oh yeah, restore the engine. Like yeah. Yeah, I thought that. You know, I've got that method where I boil the chain. I stick the chain in oil, old oil, and then I heat it up and boil it, get it real hot. And that normally tends to fix the chains, but I don't know. That chain is. I'd have to go through that each link and break the rust, and you know, I don't know if it would actually be worth it. Yeah. Some people like that idea of boiling the chain, and other people are like, why, you know? It doesn't make any sense. But I don't know. I've done it, and it seems to work okay. Get yourself a little fire going outside, and then you put like a little soup, like a coffee can. You put a little bit of oil in it, and then you get a fire going, and you put that oil and the chain in there. Soak it in CLR first. CLR. Soak the chain in CLR. All right, I'll try that. What's CLR? I know once you type it out, I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, oh duh. I think I got a little bit of that CLR. That's that orange spray crap, right? Hey Josh, what's going on? Calcium line rust remover. Austin, nice CNC. CLR is amazing. I have a CNC Wolverine 3 mil. I got off Craigslist for $500, restoring it and installing new control board and steppers for the 4th axis. Ooh. Oh, you got a new laptop. That's cool. Yeah. Oh, it is tax return season, so that's good. That's good. Everybody starts going out and buying toys and stuff for tax return season. I have 2 CNC machines, Austin. The other is a home-built router, and going to build a plasma next. Oh, plasma cutter, CNC plasma cutter. That'd be kind of fun to play around with. Froglid, you're late. I've been waiting for you all my long. No, I'm not late. I started this bad boy up at exactly 6:58 or whatever, 6:59. I just bought a 5,500 watt generator for the zombie apocalypse. Oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah. I've been watching. There's a YouTube channel that I watch, Wrangler Star, and that guy is really going pretty gung-ho with it, you know, and with this prepper stuff, and he gets a lot of flack about it, but it kind of comes down to him. The guy has a lot of money, and oh wow, thank you very much. What else did you get?
Nothing for you.
What? But oh. See? You see these right here? Yeah. Good girl. All right. She doesn't know I got one of these candy bars, though, so I can nibble and nibble and nibble. I asked her, I go, I don't suppose you plan on going down to the gas station anytime tonight at all? And she's like, no. I'm like, shoot. I go, cause I'm almost all out of cigarettes and I can't leave. I can't, you know, I told everybody I was gonna be firing it up at 7 o'clock exactly, and I can't take off and do it, you know. And yeah, that's cool. um yeah, anyways, Wrangler Star. But the guy has a lot of money. And when he goes out and he buys this stuff, he'll buy $1,200 worth of stuff, you know, and he's, you know, he's got like, I think his last video that he put up, he's got like all these gas cans and, you know, he's got like $1,200 worth of stuff that he's got sitting there. And then there's videos before that where he'll buy like a year's worth of food and they bring it in on trucks and it's sitting on pallets in his garage, you know, and he gets a lot of crap from people. And it kind of comes down to, you know, he sits there, you know, I can understand where he comes from, where he makes, you know, it's our responsibility to try to provide for our families, but a lot of us, we can't drop, none of us can turn around and drop $2,000 on an order of food or extra emergency blankets, or spend $1,000 on a whole bunch of gas cans and then turn around and go out and buy $3,000 worth of fuel to put into those gas cans. You know, we can't do that. So he points out all this stuff that he's got planned and all this stuff he sets up, and that's what it kind of comes down to. A lot of people get jealous and mad that they see a guy who's got all this money and he can do that type of thing, you know. I mean, we'd all do it. We would all do that, you know. If we had the extra funds, we'd go out there and do that too. But you know, we don't. And to turn around and tell everybody that, you know, it's your responsibility to take care of your family. Okay, well, yeah, we know that, but you know, there's all this other crap that's in our way, you know. Yeah. An Azusa Tough Gaming laptop, you know, 9 Coronas. That's sweet, Josh. I just got me a Lenovo ThinkPad, but it's CNC stuff. Oh yeah. Is that an AMD thread ripping processor? Or ripper processor? Lonnie, hey Lonnie, Puppet Kicker decided to jump on in here. That's cool. That's cool. We got 9 people here. So, okay. I'm going to do this little announcement here. And don't forget to thumbs up the video too, you guys. It helps other people get out there, and other thing, you know, helps other YouTubers get notified, other subscribers and stuff. And so that way we can get more people in here. Because I don't, there's not very many. I normally don't go over like 20 people watching at a time, and it gets a little you know, disheartening. I like to have a lot of people in here. I go into these other live streams and people got 200 people watching, you know. It's kind of disheartening, you know. But then but anyways, yeah. Hey Chris is in here. What did I miss? Oh, nothing. We're just sitting here talking about like the coronavirus and how some of these people, you know, some of these preppers get all their stuff set up and everything. These guys are talking about laptops. I bought the i9 9999K last fall. Ooh. Everything's going for everybody. I tried the live stream thing a couple of times, but it just not for me. Yeah, it's when I first started doing live streams years ago, it was just like, man, you know, it was kind of hard because you have to keep going and keep going and keep going. Then there's times when you just kind of burn out and you start looking things up, and you know. Did I ever show you my ham shack yet, Tully? No, you haven't, James. No. I know you showed me when we were on that live stream that one time, that Google Hangouts. You showed me your you had your scanner hooked up, and you had I think you had something else hooked up, and And yeah, there are a few other things. Some software that you had connected directly. Oh, and your 2 new HF rigs too, right? People buying toilet paper at Costco don't understand explosives diarrhea isn't a statement of coronavirus. Yeah. Well, that's because That's because when things start going crazy, I also heard that up there in Seattle, there've been about like almost 30 deaths up there in Seattle because of this coronavirus. And that's really close to me, you know. And because when things start going south, you know, it's all those basic necessities like toilet paper, soap, dishwashing soap, um, God, what else? Clean water, you know, um, commodities that are consumables. Consumable stuff is going to become something that you're really going to want to hang on to, you know. Heck, a lot of people want videos on the regular, and I'd love to be able to do that, but man, there is so much more work that goes into making these videos. Yeah, I know. Yeah, there's a lot of work that goes into making these videos, to edit them, to make it halfway decent. Then when you're working in your building, you got to keep moving the camera around, and you know, because you're trying to tell a story, you know, you're trying to show something, you know. Invest in lead. At 1,800 feet per second. Yeah, Chris. It's a panic here in Phoenix. And, well, I have Amazon Prime and no worries. Heck, I would love to be doctor ordered to stay home. Yeah, yeah. Here in Missoula too, the schools are like, if you have any type of flu type symptoms, you know, if your kids are showing any type of flu type symptoms, don't bring them to school. Well, now that all these parents are going to turn around and tell their kids about this, and the kids are going to be like, dude, so if I act sick, I don't have to go to school? Dude, oh my God. Can you believe that? I don't know. I don't know. It's kind of nuts. Okay. So now we got 12 people in here watching. Okay, so I'm going to give you guys this little announcement. I was going to do it on the video, but I thought, no, I'm going to save it until the live stream. But now I've tried doing this in the past. Not as elaborate as I've done it now, but I've tried doing it in the past, and nothing ever happened with it, so I just dropped it. And I did it for a few months, but nothing ever happened because of it. And that's being an Amazon affiliate. And I had products that I was trying to attempt to sell and that type of thing, and nobody ever bought anything or anything like that. So what I decided to do now is I got signed up to being an Amazon affiliate, and I've now got my own shop. I've got my own shop that's on Amazon right now, and it's an affiliate. You know, it's an influencer page, and you'll be able to find that down in the description. You know, let me see if I can. I'll post it in the chat here so you guys can jump over to it and tell me what you think. What you think maybe I should add, etc., etc., etc. Control C. Come up over here. Control V. Boom! There we go. That is my influencer page on Amazon. I went through a lot of work putting that dang thing together, you guys. So buy the shit out of everything. If there's other stuff in there that you guys haven't seen yet, let me know. And then I'll evaluate it. And if it's something that I think probably should be on there, then I will put it on there. But I'll have to look up to see whether or not it is something that I want to put on the page. See, all that stuff. Some of that paracord that's down on the bottom of the page, I bought some of that and I liked it, so I decided to put it on the page. Hey T-Man, when I'm gonna buy stuff, I'm gonna have you add stuff so you can make something. That's cool, that's cool. Yeah, that'll help out. Yeah, because I don't know what's gonna happen with this case, you know, and there are two things, you know, just because you get the judge to side in your favor, that doesn't mean that you're going to be able to collect the money, you know, because like that, you guys might have heard of that story about that lady that spilled coffee from McDonald's on her lap, and she got awarded like, you know, $14 million. Well, she was only able to collect like, I think it was like $140,000 off of that, because I looked it up. And the reason is because even though she might have been awarded that, it doesn't mean it was executed. So there are two things. Just because the judge sides in your favor and you win the case, that doesn't implement the ability to collect. So the ability to collect is an entirely another process. So, Gunham, what's going on? Holy cow! Where have you been? Wish you were into truck building stuff, LOL. You'd make a lot off the things I ordered. Well, let me know, Lonnie, because then I'll put it on that page. And you know, if it's a type of commodity, if it's a type of item that is highly sold, sure, you know, I'll put it up there. You know, I'll do some research and find that out. Because I'm sure that there's not, you know, there's a lot of other guys out there who watch my stuff who modify their trucks and that type of thing. I've got the lights on there, but I don't have anything like other like bumpers or tailgates or anything like that. Kuchiko Coffee. Bleach PC Garage. Man, this is Swap Square Body Stuff. Oh. Swap Square Body Stuff is crazy. Swap Square. What is that? Just a heads up, I'm working on 3 laptops right now. Oh, you're trying to interchange them so they all work together? My new one is looking at shelving an old Toshiba that I'm watching this live stream, and my old that I am uninstalling programs. Oh. How you set up your live, T-Man? How do I set up my live stream? Well, there's a few good live streams that are set up, and it's kind of a big process, and you can Google it how to live stream on YouTube. But there's OBM, OMB. It's like an open source live stream thing, and then there's XSplit. I use XSplit, the free version of XSplit. That's what I use here. That's what you guys are watching right now. This is XSplit, and you have to go in and connect OBS. Yeah, that's right. Bleach. Yep, OBS. And OBS and this is pretty similar. This XSplit, this is I started out messing around with this, so I'm used to this, and I switched over to OBS once and started playing around with that, and it's kind of like one of those things where you you started out with the harder program, and then you went to a simpler program, and then the simpler program you can't seem to figure out, you know. So that's my problem, you know. Sometimes I can deal with the real difficult crap, and then when it comes to the easy stuff, it's like, duh, what do I do? You know, how do I do this? So, yeah. But the XSplit, you know, it gives you a lot of neat little options and stuff like that. I've had this whole system all set up where it's been real fancy and that kind of thing. Back in the day when people used to super chat, I'd put their icons up on the top of the screen here too. And I don't know, should I start that back up, Atsar? Should I start that back up? Whenever somebody super chats, I advertise our YouTube channel. Should I do that? I built a 6.5 horsepower scooter. I'll send you some pictures on Facebook if you still use it. Yeah, I still use it. I still use Facebook on them, yeah. That's cool. For those of you out there, Ghanem is from United Arab Emirates. That's where he's from. I think he's the only subscriber I've got who's over there. LS Chevy Square Body has a very big market. Oh, when I switched from doing mower builds to do LS stuff, that's when my channel really grew. Really? Interesting. That's our XSplit is better. Yeah. Yeah. LS. Okay, I'll write that down. LS is CHEVY Chevy SQUAR square body. Yeah. Working on a 1981 wheel horse B115. Ooh. Froglid. I checked out your Amazon account thing. That's going me what I can do to order something if I ever get any money from my company. When can you take yes, when you can take an 80s model Chevy and put a new 2000 model motor and transmission in it, man, people go nuts. Really? I'm gonna have to check that one out. It's kind of cool. So you take, that's what that's all about, Lonnie? You actually buy the whole body of the truck and you put it on an old frame? Wow. I didn't think people would spend that much money on that stuff. It's a tractor. Okay. Lonnie, check my channel out. Oh, show that. Check my channel out. I have a whole vehicle build on 3. On there. Oh, on there. And I'm currently doing another one. How many subscribers you got now, Lonnie? No, you just take the motor, transmission, and put it into the old vehicle. Oh. T-Man, did you get the tape measure? No, not yet, Atsar. Not yet. Not yet. You laugh, Froglet. You laugh, but I should be bringing in more than 300 in a week of truck trading. This company blows 2 more months. I'm out. Really? You laugh, but you should be bringing in more than 300 in a week of truck trading. This company blows 2 more months. I'm out. Oh. So wait, Froglet, are you selling trucks for another company or something, or how you doing that? Lonnie, 16,000. Oh, 16,000. It costs about 16,000 to do that, Lonnie. Take an old transmission, or wow. For that money, you think people go out and just say screw it and buy a new truck? Working on a 60s Snapper Comet 2. Oh. Snapper Comet. Is that a go-kart? I'll send you a picture of my truck I built for my son. I'll send it on Facebook Messenger. Ooh, that's pretty. Oh, you dropped it? So now it's a lowrider? That's kind of neat. That's really kind of neat. Are you guys still doing the cups and the glasses and stuff? Like go-kart. Yeah. Yeah, much like a go-kart. Okay. No, 16K is my subscribers. Oh, okay, okay. Rear engine mower. Oh, black. Okay, I see. It's like a go-kart. Much like one, yeah. Lonnie, now I'm building a 4x4 square body with a bigger motor. Ah, that's pretty nice looking. That white. That's neat. You could fancify it a little bit more and make those, instead of making those bumpers chrome, you could make it gold chrome. I saw a truck on Google. Somebody had something like that. They had gold chrome white body, and it was real pretty. It was really neat. That gold chrome is kind of something else. That's right. That's going. Oh, I see. That's our okay. Still doing cups? Okay. Truck driving missed. I missed typing, sorry. I've only got 9,000 into the truck I built for my son. Oh. Bleach, I wish I took auto mechanics. Oh, Bleach. 2 girls, 1 cup, LOL. Oh, yeah. Hey, Wesley, what's going on? Haven't seen Wesley in here for a while. Don't forget to thumbs up the video, guys. Thumbs it up. Let other people know I got this live stream going on. For you new guys coming in here, you can go check that out. Started doing that. I mean, I was doing it years ago and doing the affiliate thing, and it never. I had products that I was trying to sell and nobody ever bought anything, so I dropped it. But this time I went as far as actually starting up an actual influencer page. Some of that stuff I did buy. The stuff that I did buy is the paracord. And I got one side of paracord, and these are all the 550 Type 3. This is the well, geez, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Chroma Key. You see this color right here, guys? Yeah. You want to get this color. No. You don't want to get this color. This color is, it's come on, get in here. Anyways, why is this thing being hidden? This is nuts. God dang it. Okay, this is neon yellow. Okay, Maybe you guys can kind of see it, but it's really bright. It's really bright cord. All right, so I got 200 feet of that, and then I got 250 feet of the tan cord. I was thinking about getting the coyote colored, but in finding out the coyote stuff is shiny. It's like a shiny tan, and I don't like that. I don't like the shiny stuff. So I went with the tan and got 250 feet. Now this right here is 250 feet. See how big my hand is? It all comes on a spool like this, wrapped. And there's a YouTube channel that I watch pretty religiously, and that's Corporal's Corner. And this guy has all sorts of neat little process of setting up tents using paracord. And I watched some of that stuff, some of his videos, and then I went and watched some other ones. And he's got some nice videos out there, how to set up simple little tents and stuff like that. Been busy. Wesley says, I've been busy as a one-legged man in a ass-kicking contest. Beach PC. Those ATV tires are nice. Might put them on my wheel horse, the $37 ones. Yeah. But I've tried to look on there, and the wheels that I have listed are only the rubber. The hubs you'll have to find someplace else. I looked around on Amazon, and I couldn't find anything that was decent enough that I'd want to post on my Amazon page. So I came across a lot of stuff that was, from some people I didn't want to put on my I don't want to help them sell their shit, so I'm not going to advertise their stuff on my influencer page. But yeah, I think you guys know who those people are, right? All right. Frogleg, no, I'm a driver for a company. 2 months till I can move on from this place, but only bring in $300 a week. I can do that somewhere else. Yeah. Because $300 a week, is that before or after taxes? Boots Garage, tires on back. Oh, for the back. Okay. For the back of your machine. Got some radio stuff on your Amazon deal, I see. Yep. I don't have any ham radio. Well, I don't think I have any ham radio stuff on there. Just stuff that the average person can use. I got a shortwave radio on there. I got shoot, I don't think I have a CB on there. Should look around for some decent CBs. Oh, you guys are sending me photos. Yes, I sent you another picture on Facebook Messenger. Like that. I use the hubs I have. Oh, okay. Yeah. Get some SDR dongles on there. What are SDR dongles? Send you a Facebook message. Facebook. Okay. Oh, that's cool. That's our thanks. That's our just instead of super chatting, he bought me the yellow tape measure. Now those tape measures, you guys, once they come in, I'll show you guys. But those tape measures have both the ANSI inch, so you got like 5/8, 1/2 on one side of the tape, and on the other side you've got decimal points. So like 1/2 would be 0.5, and then you'd have like 0.625, for 5/8, or no, 5/8 is 0.635 or something like that. But you know what I'm talking about. So like when you're doing calculations on lengths of steel, and you've got a calculator, and it comes out to being like 14.675. Well, okay, 0.67. You got 14 14 inches, and what's 0.675 of an inch. So then you can pull your tape measure out and you can look, where's 0.675 at, you know, or 635, and look around. Oh, okay, 3/8. There we go. You know, so you know what 3/8 is. You know, and that's really cool to have tape measures that automatically do that, so you don't have to sit there and try calculating that crazy in your head, you know. Oh yeah, I'm looking at your pictures here, Gunna. Geez, what the heck kind of go-kart is that thing? It's got explosive space modulators on the back end. Oh, you have that little, oh yeah, 6.5. Geez, that thing takes up the whole, almost the whole stand where you stand on it. He's got a little scooter, one of those little push scooters, and he's got a 6.5 engine on the thing. Check out Lonnie's pictures here. Oh, ooh, that's pretty. Yeah, that is pretty. Red and gray. I like those tires. That's cool. Link to the tape measure. Okay. Let me see here. Ah. Where is that tape measure at? The blue one. Okay. Here it is, Josh. What? No. There we go. Yeah, that's the tape measure right there. Lauren Wimbley, what's going on? I was off on Facebook looking at everybody's pictures. So Dario, software-defined radio. Oh, yeah, I thought about that. I don't know, James, putting that stuff on there. I don't know if I'd. That's not really my market. That's not really the market here. Whoa, Atsar! Atsar just did a super chat. You know what that means, boys. Awesome! Now there's a super chat with bad attitude. Yeah! Now there's a badass super chat. Thank you very much, Atsar. That's awesome. That's super awesome. Setting up a blacksmithing channel this summer, Lonnie and T-Man. Oh, really, Lawrence? That's cool. Lauren, sorry. That's awesome. Stay tuned, okay? Nice. I have a Stanley 10-foot that I keep in my vest pocket. It has normal on one side and then a diameter by 64ths on the other side. Geez, 64ths? Wow. I'd have to stare at that tape measure for a little while to count how many. Bleacher PC. Oh my God, LOL. You guys like that? When people get when I get super chats, I've got like 3 different of those things that I do up for people. I need one with millimeters. Oh, I'm going to the metric system. Blasphemy! Not the metric system. That's blasphemy. I'll be on the lookout. Yep. Josh, sorry, I can't do a super chat. I am broke. Do new laptop and car repairs. Hit that like button, guys. Hit that like button. Yeah, I've got some ideas to do for this summer. If things work out, then what I want to be able to do is like put together little care packages, and people who super chat a certain amount, I can send off these care packages also to you. But I got to figure out what I want to put in them, you know, stickers and, stuff like that. Need to train Ashley to play the guitar. How is Ashley, by the way? She's doing okay. She's doing okay. She's laying way over there sleeping. I don't know if you guys can see. You guys can see Nova. He's right behind me. Is that right, Nova? Yeah. That's where he's sitting. He's sitting in the lowlands. He's sitting in the lowlands. Isn't that right? Yeah. A brick, a Pepsi, and a package. Be nice, T-Man. A brick, a Pepsi. What? I'm gonna send you guys a brick and a Pepsi. People, could you imagine people getting that in the mail? Dude, T-Man just sent me this awesome stuff. What the hell? What the hell am I supposed to do with this? That would be funny. That'd be like a gag gift right there. With the one stipulation that you open the box on camera for your YouTube channel. I'd send people out like women's underwear. Oh man, I'd see everybody like, what the They'd be opening up these packages. Hey guys, T-Man just sent me some parts. What the hell? Condoms, yeah. Lonnie's gonna call it a night. All right, Lonnie. Thanks for stopping in, man. Oh, I see. I see. A brick of Pepsi. I see. A brick of Coke. Yeah. Does PayPal Super Chat works? Yeah. Gunham, the PayPal. When you go through PayPal, my PayPal link is down in the description. That's the PayPal link. The Super Chat, on the other hand, is for like low amounts, like $5 or $10, $20, stuff like that. That's for lower amounts. But for larger amounts, you want to use the PayPal, because PayPal doesn't take as much as YouTube does. YouTube takes about 30% of anything anybody ever super chats. But PayPal, on the other hand, PayPal only takes like, you know, depending upon how much it is, it's like 2% and then something else. Night. And then the PayPal, I'll get notified via PayPal. By the way, it is Montana. Wait, birthday tomorrow, 24 years. Oh, oh, okay. It's my birthday tomorrow, 24. Okay. Happy birthday, Josh. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Please PC says, be right back. Yeah. Condos. Oh, that was so funny. Oh, Gunham! Gunham! Thank you very much. Gunham just donated via PayPal, the PayPal link. That's super awesome. I'll do the super chat for you too. Here we go. This one is just for Gunham. I hope you like it.
Whoa, that's awesome. That's super cool. I like that. Super chat posters are so awesome. Almost as awesome as having a nice big boobie. Oh, I like boobies. Yeah, baby. Oh, yeah.
There we go. Come on, switch. All right. I've got a system lock up here. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, whoa. Here we go. Thank you, Gunham. That's super awesome. Thank you very much. That's cool. The baby likes boobies. Happy birthday, Josh. Yep. Lauren says, I just hit 54. PayPal is better, but I still owe them all. Get that baby a diaper. Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah, we're going to have to spank Josh 24 times now. Yep. 24 years old. Yeah, Gunham, thank you very much. Thank you very much. That stuff helps out. Crescent looking. Yeah, that tape measure is pretty nice. I can't wait to get that Atsar. When I get it, I'm going to be like, whoa, yeah. What, Ashley? Come here. What? Come here. Atsar wants to see you. Yeah, she does. Come on. Come here. No, come here. Come on. Come here, Ashley. What? Come on. Come on. Yeah. Oh, you're jealous, huh, Nova? Come here, Ashley. Oh, hold on a second. Come on. What? Okay, here. There you go. Yummy, yummy, yummies. Yeah. Yeah. Come here. Atsar wants to see you. Ugh. There she is. Look at her. Say hi to everybody, Ashley. Say hi. Is that Montana in the background? Yeah, it is. It is. It's a looping video. I got on when I was going out trying to find background pictures for my influencer page. There you go. I looked up Montana landscapes, and I came across that picture on a Montana website, and it was just a looping type of thing, and I was like, that is cool. If I could take this picture and put it up on my influencer page on Amazon, I would have. That would have been cool, having an animation on there. But this wouldn't take for some reason. I think it's because of the data that's involved in it. It wouldn't take on Amazon. So yeah. Oh, I missed a lot here. Gotta spank him 24 times and a bottle of Coke. I'm fighting anyone what wanna spank me. I'm gonna fight anybody who's gonna want to spank me. Yeah. I'm delaying on projects just like you in the last video. You've 80% of my projects need painting. Yeah. 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 I have only Josh says I've only done one live stream now, my channel, but I will be able to do more with my new laptop. Yeah, yeah. I can tell you one thing, Josh, that when you're going to do a live stream, it's kind of best to put out a video for some subscribers to watch. And when you're going to do a live stream, if you're going to do it at 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock or whatever, make sure you stick to that curriculum. I've noticed, and sometimes it happens to me. Hey, Thunder Divine showed up. Sometimes it happens to me where I'll say I'm going to start it at 7 o'clock or sometime between 7 and 8, and people don't really. It's best to set up a time period and then stick to that time. Sometimes it's hard to do, but yeah. T-Man, you got to do some more LED videos. Have you got any more? Yeah, I still have my original LED videos that I've got. I've got some of my, yeah, actually the ones that are on my influencer page there. Oh yeah, for Thunder Divine and anybody else new coming in here, I've got that. I got a Amazon influencer page now. And but anyways, yeah, those aux beam LEDs, I still have some of those. Yeah. And the ones that are still on the machines, and ones I haven't put on the machines yet. You know what I'd really like to do, but I'd like to build a rack for my truck, for my pickup. I'd like, because my last pickup that I had, my last Ranger, my little Ranger that I had, I built a rack for it. But This next rack that I want to build, I want to implement LED lights on it. You know, I want that thing to be like driving a stadium. You know what I'm saying? You hit that one button and boom, everything lights up everywhere around you, a full 360-degree area. Yeah, that'd be cool. She looks like a bobcat. Yeah, she's big. She's big. Yeah, that was my plan. Okay. Hey, yeah. Cute kitty. Yeah, that's Ashley. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, Thunder has some little ducks. Dead? Oh, that's too bad. No, I didn't hear about that, Frog. Oh, a hundred plus vehicle pile up semis. Wow. On I-80. Yeah, no, I didn't hear about that. Also going to Colorado, 50 plus vehicles, including semis. This well pile up crazy. Wow. Yeah, I didn't hear about that. Oh man, that's too bad about the little duckies. Gonna have to put some fencing over the top of their thing. Or did you let them run around, Thunder? Or did you have them all fenced in and the eagle actually came in over the fence and got them? That's always sad because you put all the work into taking care of them and then oh, yeah. That's one of the reasons why I couldn't be a farmer. Man, I'd be out there playing with the pigs and stuff like that, and now I got to take them to slaughter. I don't know. I wouldn't want to get rid of all my animals. You know, you take care of them for such a long time. I could not be a farmer of animals. Plants and, you know, shrubs and stuff, sure. Oh, they were free range. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, Thunder, I started up an Amazon influencer page. Let me see here. Come on, where'd you go? All right, hold on. That's what I get whenever I... There we go. Yeah, this right here is a new Amazon influencer page that I set up. I've tried selling Amazon products in the past, but I kind of gave up on it because I didn't have anybody buying anything. But this time what I did is I actually set up a whole page of products that I can help sell. And I get a little bit out of it. I know Redneck Computer Geek does a lot of this. And a lot of people go through and buy stuff from I don't know if he has an actual Amazon influencer page. I don't know if he actually has that. But I know he does a lot of the Amazon influencer stuff, and he promotes Amazon stuff on there, on his YouTube a lot. Yeah, Amazon influencer. Thank the good Lord I was delayed, or I would have been in it. I blew a tire on my trailer, took 3 hours out of my drive time. Would have been in the accident. Too crazy. Ooh, wow. Gonna have to make some Eagle soap. Eagle hot wings. Yep. Thunderdivine, hang old CDs up around. Got 2 kittens now, and damn, she just went into heat. She is crazy. Oh, you got one. Oh, that's gonna get annoying, man. Yeah, a cat in heat. Yeah, in the middle of the night, just out of nowhere. She's like, I'm horny. I'm horny. I had a scarecrow. Oh. Yeah. All of our cats that we've got, except for Gizmo and Nova. Nova's a boy cat and Gizmo is a boy cat. Other than that, all our cats are all fixed. Yeah. Oh, you're having them fixed Wednesday? Okay. Sometimes, if she's in heat, sometimes the doctors won't do that to them if they're in heat. You'll have to wait. You might have to wait until she's out of heat. Then you take her in. Love your trail bike. Plan on building something like that someday. Cool. That's cool. Yeah, the trail bike is that's something else. I mean, I think out of all my machines, that's the one I drive the most. It's fun. I would like to get a bigger sprocket on it, but the only problem with that is that it would have to be something that's specially made. You nearly damn made it. Yeah, then you'd have more than just 2 kitties. Yeah, make sure you thumbs up the video too, guys. Yeah. Shiny CDs. Yeah, I've heard of that too, Wesley. If you take old CDs or something like that you have with the shininess on them, and you hang them around, as the wind blows and they reflect, it keeps birds away. I've heard of that too. I've heard of that too. Yeah. I've never tried it, but yeah. You are pushing an hour and 15 minutes. What? Already? Wow. That went fast. Yeah, she's tiny too. Oh. Yeah, you are pushing an hour and 15 minutes. I almost made it to, but this coronavirus screwed me over. Oh, and their siblings. Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of strange about animals, you know, dogs and cats. They can mate with brother and sister and still have decent kids out of that. Decent little ones. CDs work for flies too. Oh. Will draw crows. Oh, yeah, that's right. It'll attract crows because crows like shiny stuff. So you'll go like, those damn eagles. I'm going to hang up these CDs. And then you're going to come home going, man, your yard's going to be filled with crows. Spacing out, looking at the... Of course, your cats are going to be like, what the hell? Look at the size of those birds. I'm not getting close to that. At least the crows around here, geez, they get huge. Just almost scary huge. I mean, just big as hell. You know, they get 2 feet high. It's like kind of spooky. They don't look that big when you're flying overhead, but once they land next to you, it's just like, geez. You know, that dang thing could pick the hell out of my kneecaps. Yeah, true. Crows don't eat baby chickens. Ravens, yeah. Could you turn the... Oh, make the... Oh. Yeah, I thought about that. But if you've ever seen the... oh, what is that? There's that motorcycle or that bike, that off-road bike that's 2-wheel. Rokon, I think. Is that what they're called? If you've ever looked at their steering mechanism on how they get the front wheel to work, I don't have the precision stuff to make something like that. It would be neat, but I don't have the precision stuff to do that. Or I was stationed in Great Falls. Oh, Crazy Tech. Crazy Tech decided to jump in here. Oh, yeah. The biggest crows. And some of those things, they're so big that, you know, they really don't have to worry about anything. They'll just swoop down out of the sky and land right on the sidewalk right next to you and look around. You know? It is funny because the cats, when we let the cats outside, if we have any birds, if I take some like old popcorn and I bring it outside in the morning and I throw it out onto the onto the ground out here, and then I wait for a little while, the birds will come and pick up, you know, start chipping, eating some of the popcorn, and I'll let the cats out, and the cats are, you know, even though the birds are like way out there, the cats are all just like crouching down and they're just looking, and their ears are up and they have the little twitching tail. Their pupils get huge. Like, oh, I see it. I see one. There's one right there. It's funny. It's like, oh, I got to get really low so they don't see me. Crows make noises. Yeah. Yeah. They're ravens, I think, not crows. Oh, okay. Back in the mid to late 80s, T-Man spent 7 years there. Oh, really? In Great Falls. Up here in Montana? Yeah. Like they're arguing? Is that what you said? Like they're are arguing. Yeah. Cats. Cats high on birds. Yeah. That's what it's like. Like, oh. Milmstrom AFB. Air Force Base. Oh, okay. Lauren, what did you do there? Did you actually fly or were you a tech? 4 a.m. here. If I get quiet, I fell asleep. Okay. Okay. We'll try to keep this real exciting for you. If I suddenly disappear and stop posting, it means I fell asleep. Oh, missile maintenance. I see. That's cool. Birds might cover the cats in bird crap. Oh, yeah. 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 No, this is a heat bar. Yeah, I like heat bars. I like these. 345th Field Missile Maintenance Squadron. Ooh. So you were stationed in the nuclear missile silo. Yeah, you're just inches away from the red button. We got one of those guys in here, people. Which city of Colorado you live in? Me? No, not. We're talking about Montana. La Carandenga. We're talking about Montana. Popcorn farts on cats from birds. Yuck. Oh, I'm just thinking about my next look bar. A look bar. I've never even heard of a look bar. Is that a type? I'm going to type that in. Look bar. What is a look bar? L-O-O-K. Look. Oh! Annabelle's Look. Candy bar. OldTimeCandy.com. Huh. I'll keep my eyes open for that. I'll try that out sometime if I can. Ooh, they look good. That white nougat toffee with peanuts in it, covered in chocolate. Ooh, that looks good. Kind of reminds me of a big hunk without the chocolate, though. Missile maintenance taught me mechanical and electrical. What? $300 to get them fixed. Oh, to get the kitties fixed. $300 to get your cats fixed, huh? Yeah. Here it's yeah, it's about that too. Yeah. The birds warm the cats with hot buttered popcorn farts. Yuck. And hydraulics and pneumatics, etc. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta know all that stuff for missile tech. Combustion ratios and all that crap, all that stuff. There you go. Lauren's the guy that you turn to when you want the fancy fuel for your go-kart. Missile rocket fuel. That's thunder. What missiles are you talking about, Lauren? And where were they pointed? No. I think Lauren dealt with the missiles that went onto the planes. I got like 5 teenagers on my Wi-Fi right now. It keeps lagging. Oh, yeah. A little nap in your diesel equals jet fuel. There we go. There we go. Josh, you were all into getting a diesel engine, don't you? You got a few of those sitting around. Lauren can send you half a gallon of the of that stuff. You can mix it in. Do you still have the street bike engine? No, Gunham. No, I got rid of that a long time ago. It was that 750 Kawasaki. Yeah, I got rid of that a long time ago. I sold that. I needed parts for the full screen machine. So I sold the engine. Didn't get a notification of your new vid team, man. Yeah, sometimes that happens. The reason a lot of people don't, the way YouTube's algorithm is set up now is that if people don't thumbs up your videos or if people don't comment on your videos, then it doesn't go out to any of your other subscribers. It doesn't keep trying to get views for that video. The only way the video gets views is if the current viewers or the the viewers who have watched it have engaged in it. It's a real sucky system, if you ask me. It's real terrible. If these people didn't interact with the video, then chances are the other people ain't gonna either. So we're not even gonna show them. That's how it's working now, and it's terrible. It's such a terrible system. Huh? Really? A twin-cylinder surplus military engine puts out 3 horsepower. Oh, that's probably it probably came off of a generator or something. Please be seen. It's fun to curse when you're building something in a garage or outside for neighbors to hear. Yeah, they come over and they're like, "What's going on?" It has about 2-inch bore and 2-inch stroke. It has a 3/4 inch straight shaft. I see. Don't go by horsepower ratings on military engines. You want to go by CC? It is a 16 cubic inch engine. That's relatively pretty small. That's not what I was expecting. They are the minimum requirement horsepower at a certain RPM. Oh yeah. Just to pimp it out some more, this is 250 feet of paracord that I have on my Amazon page. The pictures that you see on the Amazon page show their 500 or their 1,000 foot paracord, but this is their 250 feet of it. See how big my hand is compared to it? And this is the tan stuff that I got. A little lighter than I expected, but yeah, I got the tan, and then I got you guys can't see this, but this is neon yellow. I don't know why. I've got chroma key for green in the background. I don't know why in the heck that it's wiping out yellow. Weird. But yeah, this is the yellow neon. How close can I get to the? Yeah, neon yellow. There we go. It's real bright stuff. Really bright stuff. And the paracord itself is 50. It's 550 pounds, type 3. It's the good stuff. I got it for 40 bucks at an auction. Never been used. What? A four cycle that is rated for 6 horsepower is capable of 30. Wow. Small Town Adventures. The Froster, yeah. Don't forget to join the Discord. Oh yeah. Yeah, we got a place over on Discord. The link is down in the description. Oh, the link is expired. What? It is? Oh. Well, I think you're a mod on there, Froster. Can you grab an updated link? Oh, 16.4. Okay. Okay. There we go. It's in the bottom of the video chat. You'll if you want to go over there and check it out, you'll have to refresh the page. How's the court case going? Well, so far I have filed. There's a new magistrate that's operating in the case now, and she filed a thing called findings and recommendations, which is something that she files off to the judge. But we all hear about it. We all get notified about it. If I want to challenge anything or put anything into the case that she's talking about, then I have to file an answer to that findings and recommendations. Well, she submitted the findings and recommendations, and then I filed a response and a thing called judicial cognizance. Cognizance is what it's called. And you've heard of judicial notice. Well, judicial cognizance is one level higher than that. And it is something that per se litigants can use in their cases. Attorneys, it's kind of a no-no for attorneys to use judicial cognizance, but attorneys use judicial notice. But judicial cognizance is it's something that you put into the case that you want the judge to take specific attention of. You want him to know this and to factor this into everything. That's what it is. So I filed a response and judicial cognizance paperwork, like 21 pages of stuff, and I submitted that. And now that I submitted that 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, almost a month ago. Haven't heard anything back. So I don't know if the judge is gonna side in my favor or if it's gonna side in their favor. Hopefully he sides in my favor, because I had some really powerful stuff on my side. Small town adventure. My backyard is starting to look like an 80s Honda dealership. I have like 7 Honda 3-wheelers, 3 Honda 4-wheelers, and 2 Chinese pit bikes. Wishy Snyder, the 3 horsepower is capable of 8 horsepower at 3,600 RPMs. Ooh. It was rated at and governed at 1,100 RPM. Huh. Yeah, I bet it's a smooth runner too. Small town. Don't turn into Harvey Spooner. I just bought 3 quads for 300 bucks. Wow, you lucky. Well, wait, what kind of quads are they? Are they the little Chinese quad things? Yeah, it takes a lot of patience and a lot of know-how, and in essence, I mean, I could grab some of my paperwork and read it to you guys. You guys want to hear what I said? What my last finalized paperwork was? I could, if you guys are interested. You guys want to hear real powerful constitutional law? I could read it to you. No, I don't want to hear law stuff. You guys might get a kick out of it. It shows, in essence, it shows how constitutional law supersedes all statutory law. Yeah. I gotta find it. Screw it. Instead of looking for it, I'm just gonna reprint another one. You guys might get a kick out of this. It took a lot of work to find this stuff. I don't know, Thunder. You might get a kick out of this stuff. Small town. 2 of them are 1986 Honda 4 tracks. 125s, and one of them is a 200 SX. It came with the motors and everything? Oh, well, I guess they are in the 80s. Well, how windy is it in his basement? It's spring break. Come on. Well, I'm waiting for this thing to print. Huh. How windy is it in his basement that he has to block the wind when he lights a smoke? Good point. I'm so used to doing that. Mr. Bad Wrench. Yeah. Leave it up to him. I argue the same case in gun rights. Uh-huh. I thought the same thing. He is building something. Murdoch versus New York. It's spring break, is it? We don't have spring break until next week. I'm rebuilding the motors. Finished the replacement motor today for... Don't forget daylight savings time. Oh, yeah. Veterans. I'm pretty far right on gun rights. Yeah. I think if everybody... I think a safer society is one that everybody's armed. Plus, people are a lot more polite. Because you don't want to get shot if you piss somebody off, you know? Yeah, Thunder. Atzar's been slacking on the new vids. Yeah. Since Bad Wrench just came in here, hey, Bad Wrench, we have, I set up an Amazon influencer page. I've tried selling stuff on Amazon before, but it never really turned out very well. But this time I went ahead and set up an actual page, an influencer website. Oh, that's not it. I've tried shooting an M16 and Sig Sauer. What's a Sig Sauer? I like my gun too. Yeah, yeah. I was 46 in Kansas when I woke up. It was almost 70 today in my area of Kansas. Oh. Yep, a whole lot of less offended if everyone is armed. Bring back dueling. Oh, yeah, yeah. Karen Nega. I used the CAD program I used was SolidWorks. Yeah, hit the like button, everybody. We got 10 likes now. Let me refresh the page here. Okay. Let me go grab this. Okay. Here it is. Filed on February 19th. Received in the clerk's office. Okay. I get a little cocky in this too. It's kind of funny. Okay. And I'm also responding to some stuff that the magistrate had mentioned in a document that's before this one. Okay, now I'll point this stuff out as I go through it. Judicial cognizance and response to findings and recommendations, docket 60. See, this is docket 60. This is docket 61 now. We've filed 61 things so far in my case in the past year. Okay. Plaintiff, that's me. One of the people of the state of Montana that filed this complaint for damages in this court of record files for this presiding judge to take judicial cognizance of plaintiff's claims, statements, and facts presented in this case for determination of judgment. Now I'm going to be referring to other documentation here. Defendants, docket 57-3, which is the administrative paternity and support order, shows that it was filed in the district clerk's office on November 8th, 2000. However, the proof of service, now when you go into court, you have to show, and you're going to bring something into the court to have the judge sign something, you have to have the thing that you want the judge to sign, and you have to and the judge needs to be able to have the authority to sign it, and that's called subject matter jurisdiction. And then he also needs to see that you have been served, that the other party has been served through a receipt of service of process. So he needs to see those. He needs to, those three elements have to be in something that a judge needs to sign off on. Okay. However, the service docket 61-3 has no district clerk stamp showing that it was presented with a support order indicating that the court had personal jurisdiction. Docket 63.1 has no district court stamp. Docket 63-1 was not presented to the judge to show personal jurisdiction. This order that defendants enforced against plaintiff for 19 years is void for lack of personal jurisdiction, inconsistent with Iowa's due process provisions, which is docket 61, page 6, plaintiff's exhibit 6. And I show what it says in that state's law, that proof of service has to be submitted with the information for the judge to sign off on it. A judge just can't say, oh, well, okay, here's the information. You want me to sign on it? And you guys delivered him. He has received notice. Yes, he has, Your Honor. Okay, then I'll sign this. No, you have to prove it. You have to show. The judge has to see it. It has to be recorded and documented with the original stuff that he has done. Okay. Okay. Docket 63 has no judicial stamp. The order that defendants enforce against plaintiff for 19 years is void for lack of personal jurisdiction, inconsistent with Iowa's due process provisions, blah, blah, blah. Proof of service should have been presented right along with the administrative order. For the other case, because there's two cases here, for the other case, defendant's docket 57-13 is the district judge's approval order that was filed on September 15th, 2005. So he's given the okay to the child support, yet no personal jurisdiction or proof of service was presented and filed timely. Defendant's docket 63-1, page 1, proof of service, showing it was served on August 2nd, 2005, but was submitted into the district clerk's office on April 3rd, 2019. So the proof of service was submitted into the case after the judge gave okay to it 14 years later. 14 years after the judge's approval order. No judge or magistrate can decide on an order and then establish jurisdiction years later. That order is void also for lack of personal jurisdiction at time of its creation. Defendants enforced this order against the plaintiff for 14 years and is void for lack of personal jurisdiction, inconsistent with Iowa's due process provisions, blah, 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 blah. Proof of service should have been presented right along with the administrative order, but was not. This is where I get cocky. Just imagine if Magistrate Lynch, who was the magistrate previous because he retired halfway through my case, just imagine Magistrate Lynch, during our preliminary pretrial conference, had asked me where proof of service was for the defendants to give this court personal jurisdiction. And I responded by saying, well, I have proof of service at home and I'll present it to this court 14 years from now, after you decide in my favor, okay? I'm not asking this court to do anything with the cases. I know they are void. There is enough precedence in case law that says that I don't need to respect them. The Roker-Feldman Doctrine. Roker-Feldman applies to the state court judgments that are legitimately created. A legitimately created order, which means the complaint, the judge has the right to hear the case, which is subject matter jurisdiction, and the judge has seen the proof of service receipt. Okay, those three things. The doctrine has been held to apply to any state court decisions that are judicial in nature, not administrative. So since this is an administrative hearing, since child support is administrative, family law is administrative, all those and traffic law and all that stuff is all administrative hearings, then it's not a state court judgment. That's judicial in nature. It's administrative in nature. The Supreme Court continues to narrow the doctrine and seems to want to minimize the use of it. Lance versus Dennis, 546 U.S. 459 in 2006. The doctrine has a narrow jurisdictional bar. It is a precept invoked by defendants to strip federal districts and bankruptcy courts of their jurisdictional matter over suits, not personal jurisdiction. The elements of res judicata are as follows, because that's another thing that she said, that, you know, this case is res judicata. They've already been decided, so yeah, you can't change anything. Bull. And then I show the implications behind that. Now I get into the constitutional arguments. This is where things get interesting. Due process, pertinent to all cause of actions. First, we look at Article 6, Paragraph 2 in the U.S. Constitution. This Constitution and the laws of the United States which shall be made in pursuant thereof, and all treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States shall be the supreme law of the land, and the judges in every state shall be bound thereby. Anything in the Constitution or laws of any state to the contrary notwithstanding. What that means. We're going to look at the very last sentence and show what it expresses. Anything in the Constitution of a state or laws of any state that are contrary of this U.S. Constitution are notwithstanding. Notwithstanding is a legal term. It means it's a nullity. A case that backs this up is Marbury versus Madison, 5 U.S. 137, 1803 case by Chief Justice John Marshall. If courts are to regard the Constitution, and the Constitution is supreme to any ordinary act of legislature, the Constitution and not such ordinary act must govern the case to which they both apply. Anything that is in conflict is null and void of law. Clearly, for a secondary law to come in conflict with the supreme was illogical. For certainly the supreme law would prevail over any other law, and certainly our forefathers had intended that the supreme law would be the basis for all laws. And for any law, title, code, provision, to come in conflict would be null and void of law. How does this apply to this case? Well, in many ways. First, let's look at what the Supreme Court has said about constitutional due process. What is due process? The meaning due process of law has been interpreted by the Supreme Court in 1856. The words due process of law were undoubtedly intended to convey the same meaning as the words by the law of the land in the Magna Carta. Lord Coke, in his commentary on the words, says they mean due process of law. The Constitution, which had been the constitutions of the states, which were adopted by the several states before the formation of the federal Constitution. See, before our federal Constitution existed, the 13 colonies had their own constitutions. Okay, so those constitutions came before the federal Constitution. But when they created the federal Constitution, that became the supreme one over those ones. Which had been adopted by the several states before the formation of the federal Constitution, following the language of the Great Charter more closely, generally containing the words by the judgment of his peers, or by the law of the land. Murray versus Hoboken Land and Improvement Company, 1856. The Constitution doesn't give any specific procedural format to the due process clause. However, since the 5th and 14th Amendment were based off of the Magna Carta's meaning, it has been adjudicated as a trial by jury, with a proper judge adjudicator present during the proceedings. That means that's not talking about administrative law. Title 4D administrative hearings offer no trial by jury. The proper adjudicator is one that doesn't have a financial or political interest in the outcome. They are a third-party trier of fact. That's what a legitimate judge is. Even in the event of a state or federal judge signing or creating orders in favor of an administrative agency, do so under contract and operate in a ministerial capacity and not judicial. That means that these cases that they have against me were signed by a judge in federal court back in Iowa. But it don't matter whether it's a federal court or not. Any judge signing documentation in favor of statutes or administrative law, they do it not as a judge, they do it in ministerial purposes. They're a magistrate. They're not operating in their official judicial capacity. Title 4D administrative hearings are one-sided. Now we're talking about child support here. For those of you out there who don't know, Title 4D is the child support agency. So that's who I'm suing. I'm taking on child support, federal agency child support that's operating within the state. That's who I'm doing. I'm going up against the head attorney at child support here in town, special assistant to the attorney general, and a legal aid. I'm going up against those three people by myself. Title 40 administrative hearings are one-sided. The caseworker, the ALJ or administrative law judge, the reporter, if there is one, the bailiff, etc., are all paid by the administration to conduct the case only in favor of 4D provisions, or child support law, or state law for child support. If these two ideas of due process were to be shown to the common public, the former, regular due process, the constitutional due process, would be understood to be a viable form of due process, and the latter would be in conflict, ultimately offending the community's sense of fair play. That's why every court you walk into, whether it's traffic court or family court, they're administrative and they're all siding against you. It's not fair play. Everybody knows that. In addition, under 45 CFR Section 303.11 and Montana Code Annotated 40-5-253, there are no administrative remedies for plaintiff when defendants exceed their jurisdiction that causes plaintiff to be subject to deprivation of constitutionally secured rights. 40 administrative hearings are clearly in conflict with the Constitution's substantive due process. Plaintiff, me, see, when they send me paperwork, they say, you can challenge us. You can challenge this decision. And if you want to challenge it, we'll set up a hearing for you. Well, I've never challenged their hearings, and I'm not going to go into their hearings. I'm not going to go to their goddamn courts. I'm not gonna. So what they do is they default you. That's what they do. They turn around, they default you. They take your license, they garnish your wages, and if you want to fight, you can come in, we can set up a hearing for you. But once you get into those hearings, guess what's going to happen? They're going to side against you anyways. So what the fuck is the point of even going in there? So you don't even go in there. Plaintiff has never partaken or requested an administrative hearing or availed himself to their benefits on the grounds that I know it's unconstitutional. Ashwander Rule 6. Very powerful thing right here. Ashwander Rule 6. The court will not pass upon the constitutionality of a statute at the instance of one who has availed himself to its benefits. So I've never gone into their courtrooms. I've never challenged anything that they said. I've never set up a hearing to go in and say, hey, you guys need to lower this payment. I've never done that. I'm not going to listen to their shit. They can send me all the goddamn paperwork they want in the mail. It gets ripped up and thrown into the garbage because I know it's unconstitutional, and I'm going to challenge your asses in federal court, like what I'm doing. Plaintiffs, now we get into how I'm establishing the power I see I've got in this case. Plaintiff's lawful theory, me. This is the foundation that formed the basis upon which a logical determination in my mind was reached to form an opinion as to why I should do what I did. It is important to understand that the Constitution is in writing. It's important to understand that it's a legal document, that it was ratified by all of the members in a Congress together, and that the document has all the signatures on the document. And it's important to understand that there was an offer. The government offered to govern. There was a consideration. The citizens considered how they were going to be governed. And government promised that they would govern by Constitution. And there was an agreement. The citizens agreed that if government promised that they would be governed by Constitution, they would allow the Constitution into force. Now, it's very rare that you find the party of the first part, which is the congressmen, officials of the government, who are also parties of the second part as representatives of we the people of the republic. And when they signed that document, they signed it as officers of government agreeing to the Constitution and simultaneously as officers and representatives of the people in the Republican form of government. When they signed that document, that constituted an ironclad contract in writing enforceable in a court of law, and Article 6, Paragraph 2 is one of a few performance agreements to make sure the trust stays superior. A basic axiom of contract law is the contract shall be enforced most favorably in favor of the non-preparer, and that's the plaintiff. plaintiffs are the beneficiaries of the Constitution. It is also important to understand that the Constitution is supposed to be enforced. Quoted from Volume 16, Late Second, Am Jurisprudence, Section 97, that a Constitution should receive a liberal interpretation in favor of the citizen is especially true with respect to those provisions which were designed to safeguard their liberty and their security of the citizen in regard to both person and property. In other words, it's supposed to be liberally enforced in favor of the citizen for protection of their rights and property. Any constitutional provision intended to confer a benefit should be liberally construed in favor of the clearly intended and expressly designated beneficiary. That Constitution, our federal Constitution, is a contract, and we, the people, are the beneficiaries of it. Various facts and circumstances extrinsic to the Constitution are often resorted to by the courts to aid them in determining its meaning. As previously noted, however, such extrinsic aids may not be resorted to where the provisions in the question is clear and unambiguous. In such a case, the court must apply the terms of the Constitution as written, and they are not at liberty to search for meanings beyond the instrument. Courts are not to apply a test on a claim that invalidates it. This is the thing, this right here is what solidifies the Second Amendment. When people turn around and they say, oh, well, when they created the Second Amendment, your right to bear arms, they didn't know about machine guns. It doesn't matter. The Constitution says, in plain language, people have the right to bear arms. Not rubber band shooters. Well, it includes rubber band shooters. It includes every single thing that you can use to send a projectile in a specific direction. That includes handguns, pistols, machine guns, flamethrowers, and a bunch of other stuff. Since the Constitution is intended for the observance of the judiciary as well as other parts of government, the judges are sworn. Article 6, Paragraph 2, they're sworn. They take an oath of office. Judges are sworn to support its provisions. The courts are not at liberty to overlook or disregard its commands or countenance evasions thereof. It is their duty in authorized proceedings like this one, because we are in federal court, I'm suing under Title 42, 1983. My rights secured in the Constitution. Child support has purposely come in and dick my life over, and we are in the proper venue, proper jurisdiction, and I'm the one who's executing the case. And the judge is to operate under his fiduciary responsibility under oath. He's not an ALJ. He's not an administrative. He's not operating under administrative rule here. He's operating in his official judicial capacity. And the judges are sworn to support the provisions. The courts are not at liberty to overlook or disregard its commands or countenance thereof. It is their duty in authorized proceedings to give full effect to the existing Constitution and to obey all constitutional provisions irrespective of their opinion of the wisdom or the desirability of such provisions, and irrespective of the consequences. So if I want something specifically done in the case, and I want the judge to do it, he can't say no. He shouldn't say no. Thus it is said that the courts should be on our alert to enforce the provisions of the U.S. Constitution and guard against their infringement by legislative fiat or otherwise. Legislative fiat. What's family law? What's child support law? Legislative fiat, to induce men into paying into the state. In accordance with these basic principles, the rule is fixed that the duty in the proper case to declare a law unconstitutional cannot be declined, and must be performed in accordance with the delivery of the judgment of the tribunal before which the validity of the enactment is directly drawn into question. If the Constitution prescribes one rule and a statute prescribes another, it is the duty of the court to declare that the Constitution and not the statutes governs in cases for judgment. That means that when you walk into court and you're suing somebody under Constitution, that means that the judge in his official capacity is to side with the Constitution and not the state statutes. The general rule is that an unconstitutional statute, whether federal or state, though having the form and name of law, is really no law. But it is wholly void and ineffective for any purpose, since unconstitutionality dates from the time of its creation, not merely from the date that it was decided to be unconstitutional in court. An unconstitutional law in legal contemplation is as inoperative as if it had never been passed. Such a statute leaves a question that it purports to settle just as it would have had the statute not ever been enacted. No repeal of an enactment is necessary, since an unconstitutional law is void. The general principle follows that it imposes no duties, confers no rights, creates no office, bestows no power or authority on anyone, affords no protection, and justifies no acts performed under it. A contract, is that a contract? A contract which rests on the unconstitutional statute creates no obligation to be impaired by subsequent legislation. So that area right there, unconstitutionality dates from the time of the enactment, not so branding it in court. Which means you don't have to hear a court say, well, this law is unconstitutional. If you know it's unconstitutional, and you now are forced into dealing with a contract, paying into the state, or they force you into the contract, paying into the state, you know it's unconstitutional. Do you have to respect that contract? No. No, you don't. But you got to know your arguments. You got to know your shit. Because if they turn around, they come at you. Yeah. No one is bound to obey an unconstitutional law, and no courts are bound to enforce it. Persons convicted and fined under a statute subsequently held unconstitutional may recover the fines paid. A void act cannot be legally inconsistent with a valid one, and an unconstitutional law cannot operate to supersede an existing valid law. Indeed, insofar as a statute runs counter to the fundamental law of the land, it is superseded thereby. That means that if there is a statute that is created and it runs parallel and it gives the same power that the Constitution gives, courts are to always view the Constitution over the statute. The general principle stated above applies to the Constitution as well as the laws of the several states insofar as they are repugnant to the Constitution and the laws of the United States. Moreover, a construction of a statute which brings in conflict with a Constitution will nullify it as effectively as if it had never, as if it had in its express terms been enacted in conflict therein. That's kind of hard to catch, but anything passed in conflict with the Constitution is clearly unconstitutional. Okay. All right. Now, although it is manifested that an unconstitutional provision in a statute is not cured because it's included in the same act as a valid provision, and there are no degrees of constitutionality. See, there's no degrees of constitutionality. So that an act is either constitutional or it is unconstitutional. So if you have a statute that is pretty constitutional and partially unconstitutional, it's all unconstitutional. So if you have good laws here and then you have one or two bad laws going on here, the whole damn thing is unconstitutional. So now I get back into me talking here. Now I have established that I have rights secured in the amendments of the U.S. Constitution. And I have established that plaintiffs are the beneficiaries of that contract. I have established that the Constitution is a contract in writing enforceable in a court of law, and that I have the right to claim specific performance on that contract. What that means is I pretty much have out of everything I just read and everything I just put into this case, I say what my rights are. Not what the Constitution says. It said my rights. I say what the Constitution is to protect. I've established that it is supposed to be interpreted in our favor. Now, all I ask this court, is that this court enforce the contract. See, the judge is under oath. We're in the proper case. We're in the proper jurisdiction. We're in the proper system right here. Enforce the contract. Enforce the indenture. That's something that I put into the very beginning, way back. I snuck in an indenture agreement into my case. And an indenture agreement is something that's used in trust law. And it is when I bring a trust, and I want to start up a trust, I'm going to delegate certain people to do certain things, and those are their jobs, and they're doing those jobs for me, my benefit. I'm the beneficiary, they're the trustees. Okay? And that's what an indenture agreement is. You're putting something into the documentation where you're showing and asking them to perform a certain way. And I did that in the very beginning of my case. I snuck it in there. Now, all I ask is this court to enforce the contract, enforce the indenture, which is docket 43, page 7, acknowledgement and judicial cognizance, and enforce controlling law. What's controlling law? The Constitution, Title 42, 1983. Not to adopt a ruling in part or whole from the executive or magistrate, but to create the order in official judicial capacity. See? Now, we're going to get into something else here. Remember me saying that. This is what I'm wanting the judge to do. Side in my favor, enforce that contract, enforce that Constitution in my favor, enforce the judicial, enforce the indenture in acknowledgement and judicial cognizance in the initial complaint, and enforce the controlling law. Okay? And then I put in here, don't forget to place into the final order for which let execution issue, because that is a very special thing right there that judges put into a order. When they've made a judgment, when they put that in there, for which let execution issue, that means that I can go into the clerk's office and put in an executed order, and that clerk's office is going to help me set up a lien or a levy to help me collect my money. The judge puts that into the cases that authorizes you to do that. If you don't ask the judge to do that, he won't do it. And then you got to figure out a way how to collect your money from them. See? But this way, the judge also understands that he needs to back you up. Okay. If I cite something in the Constitution and claim a right to something, and I have good reason to believe it is the way it is, then this court should honor that. And they should honor it in favor of the plaintiff, the clearly intended and expressly designated beneficiary. 40 defendants have either subject plaintiff or caused plaintiff to be subject to the deprivation of claimed rights secured in the Constitution by exceeding their jurisdiction through the use of their federal and state laws. It's clear that if any title, code, rule, regulation, or ordinance leads to a claimed right being deprived, then it is clearly in conflict with Article 6, Paragraph 2, last sentence, and Marbury v. Madison, 5 U.S. 137. Cause of actions 4 through 9. Now I get into some more stuff there. I won't read that. Get into my driver's license. Cause of action number 11, the Ninth Amendment. This is a good one. The Ninth Amendment reads, the enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or dispunge others retained by the people. The Ninth Amendment in the Constitution pretty much says, if there's anything that we forgot, those two. If we forgot any rights here, those two. Now, I have a liberty interest that is secured in the 5th and 14th Amendments to live free and unencumbered. That includes liberty interest in operating my motor vehicle on the common way. That is a right I retain. Encouraged by the 9th Amendment. Enforced by the 1st, 5th, and 14th Amendment. Defendants use Montana Code 40-5-248 and 42 Section 666A16 to abrogate that right. Title 4D, Cause of Action 12. Title 4D is to be a voluntary system, not one to be based on coercion or undue influence or any other form of auto default. Obligors are to knowingly, willingly, willfully choose to and want to be part of a 4D program. That's what voluntary means. Which means if you want to pay child support, you got to go in their office happy, enjoying, and being glad that you're about to have your license taken away, have your checks garnished, have your money wiped out from your bank account, and do it with happiness and a smile on your face. That's called willfulness. That's where you willingly do it. Who the hell does that? Nobody. Now, to have presumptions of paternity that magically... Oh, wait. Yeah. That is what voluntary means. Not to have presumptions of paternity that magically turn into fact, where then a default is initiated. I've submitted an example of a Dear Colleague letter sent out in 1993 that pertains to Public Law 103-66, Section 13721. The word voluntary is said 6 times. I underlined them. Number 6 on the sheet pertains to the statements of Iowa cases on, okay, blah, 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 blah. The court will notice that in no sentence it says non-participation is conclusive presumption of paternity. We could look through defense's exhibits and evidence and see no voluntary acknowledgement of paternity has ever been established in Iowa or Montana. Yet defendants still enforce the cases. Cause of action number 13. This one pertains to Crystal. Magistrate DeSoto is correct that I am not Crystal's legal counsel. I added her as an aggressive co-plaintiff. She didn't want to be part of the case, but she does know that since this all has affected her and our household for 16 years, then it's reasonable that she is entitled to something. Attorney's fees. Magistrate Lynch suggested in the preliminary pretrial conference that I wasn't entitled to fees on the grounds that I'm not an attorney. I understand that. Forgot to remove it from the amended complaint. But I have had to take the burden on learning everything I could to execute this. It is a shame for administrative agencies to tell private citizens what to do and how to live. Now this is a quote that comes from President Coolidge at Williamsburg on May 15th, 1926, right? Now, like I was telling you, that child support, family court, traffic violation court, all these courts that affect us literally on a day-to-day life are all administrative courts from administrative hearings and administrative agencies. Of all the forms of government, those administered by agencies are the least satisfactory. Being irresponsible, they become autocratic. Being autocratic, they resist improvement and change. Unless bureaucracy is consistently resisted, it breaks down representative government and overwhelms democracy. It is the one element in our institutions that set up the pretense of having authority over everybody and being responsible to nobody. Does that make sense? Everybody has to partake in our administrative agencies. And when we fuck your life up, we're not held responsible. We're just following the laws. Yeah. Bullshit. Plaintiff accepts that claim. This is where I drop the bomb. Boom! Here we go. This is the nuclear bomb that I dropped on him. Remember when I first started reading this case, I said, Plaintiff Tully Sanum, that's me, one of the people of the state of Montana who brings this complaint in this court of record. Court of record. Now, what's a court of record? In black laws, court of record means this. Courts of record and courts not of record. Administrative courts. The former, being courts of record, are those whose acts and judicial proceedings are enrolled or recorded for perpetual memory and testimony, which have the power to fine or imprison for contempt. Error lies in their judgments, and they generally propose a seal. Okay? What they mean by that is courts of record. You know, like how the Supreme Court says, okay, you know, like Marbury versus Madison. That is a enrolled, recorded court case that people can cite. That's why it's perpetual memory. That's why it says perpetual memory. That means it's a citable case. It's a decision. That's what a court of record is. And a court of record also operates under a specific type of jurisdiction. Okay? Courts not of record. This comes from Black Law's Fourth. All right? Which are administrative courts, family law, child support law, traffic law. They're all administrative courts, and they are courts not of record. Courts not of record are those of inferior dignity, which have no power to fine or imprison. But what the fuck do they do to people? If you don't pay your child support, we're going to default you. If you don't pay your child support, we're going to throw you in jail. If you don't pay child support, we're going to take your license. Get. They're not even supposed to be doing the shit they do. Which have no power. Okay, courts not of record are those of inferior dignity, which have no power to fine or imprison, and in which the proceedings are not enrolled or recorded. Which means you can't come into some state case and say, well, Your Honor, in Bob versus Jennings, in family court, did say that this, and this. You know, you can't cite a case that happened in family court or traffic court. You know what I'm saying? Because they're not courts of record. Courts not of record are those in inferior dignity which have no power to fine or imprison and which proceedings are not enrolled or recorded. A court of record is a judicial tribunal having attributes and exercising functions independently of the person of the magistrate. Okay? Designated generally to hold it. And proceeding. Oh, wait. Yeah. What that means is a court of record is a judicial tribunal having attributes and exercising functions independently of the person of the magistrate. What that means is that, like in my case, there's me, all the parties that are involved. There's me, the defendants, in front of the magistrate, and then behind the magistrate is the judge. The magistrate conducts the case. In that findings and recommendations that came before this, the magistrate made some suggestions off to the judge. If I didn't come in and challenge that stuff, the judge could not write up his own order. He would adopt the decision from the executive branch, because that's what a magistrate is. They're from the executive branch. He adopts their decision and signs off on it. But since I started this case, I let the court know, since this is a court of record, he is not supposed to do that. A court of record is a judicial tribunal having attributes and exercising his functions independently from the decision of the magistrate, designated generally to hold it, and proceeding according to the course of common law, in acts and proceedings being enrolled for perpetual memory. So this case has been consistently operating in common law for over a year now. Okay? That's the jurisdiction of this case, common law. When you are arguing in common law, when you are arguing in controlling law in a case, if you start your case out under statutory law, then the other side can come in and you can battle back and forth on your statutes. If you're coming into the case and you create the case and show the court that the court is to operate under common law provisions, under common law jurisdiction, using the power of the Constitution, and your claims, you've got your three there, then you've got a case that's operating. Now, in common law, a case that is operating under common law provisions, the plaintiff can use Supreme Court rulings as an offense or a defense. They can use maxims of law as a offense and a defense. When it comes to statutes, on the other hand, I can only use them as a defense. I can only use them in common law as a defense. If I use a statute in my complaint as offensive, the defendants can come into the case and bring in their statutory defenses. Okay? Because normally, the way it works is that if a case is set up under one type of jurisdiction, you can't argue a different jurisdiction. You have to be within the jurisdiction. You know what I'm saying? You have to stay within the controlling law area, unless the plaintiff allows an alternate controlling law. Okay? In my initial complaint, I used 2 statutes as a form of enforcement against defendants. By doing that, most of the case was operating under common law, under common law jurisdiction. But I allowed that avenue because when you're doing this stuff and you understand the power that you're using, you don't want to just go in and crush the fucking shit out of somebody. You don't want to do that. You want to give them an opportunity to win. That's called well, there's specific names for it, but it's pretty much being a decent person. Okay? So in my case, I only used 2. I used a bunch of stuff, constitutional stuff, but I used only 2 statutes that I wanted the judge to adjudicate and use against defense. When defense came in to defend themselves, their attorneys came in to defend themselves, I left that avenue open. I left that door open in the case so they could argue their statutory authority, their statutory laws and their rules and their federal rules and codes and all this shit into the judge. to the judge in conjunction with my constitutional claims. Okay, so we had two forms of jurisdiction happening kind of in the case. But if those arguments, both of those arguments, the statutory arguments and the constitutional arguments, make it to the judge on final judgment, a lot of times judges try to side in favor of statutes. So, if those statutes that I was using as enforcement, instead of my constitutional claims, using those statutes against an enforcement, if those statutes eventually become nullities throughout the proceeding of the case and they're dropped before it gets to the judge has only one jurisdiction to decide the case on. And consistently throughout this case, they have been citing those federal statutes that I wanted the judge to use against them. But they were barking about it. You know, we didn't break those. We didn't break those. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. So this is where I dropped the bomb on them. Plaintiff accepts that the claim stated in docket 43, paragraph 33, under 28 U.S.C. section 1691, that plaintiff accepts that claim stated in docket 43, paragraph 33, 28 U.S.C. section 1691 does not apply to the administrative income withholding orders and is not to be recognized or enforced in the final judgment. So I'm telling the judge here, oh, so these orders that they initially set up against me, they don't need to follow these rules, and I wanted you to use this statute. They violated this statute. Oh, wait. So these orders are administrative orders that don't have to follow that? Okay, so we can drop that, Your Honor. That enforcement statute that I wanted them to use. So we dropped that one. Earlier on in the case, I was requesting the court to enforce 45 CFR Part 32.6 and this one that I just dropped. So we dropped that one earlier on in the case. I agreed to drop that from the case. And then now, the 28 U.S.C. 1691. I allowed that to be dropped. Those are the only two enforcement statutes I was asking the judge to use against defendants. So now that the statutory arguments in the case have been dropped by agreement by me and defense literally argued their asses right out of their jurisdictional power they had in the case. 45 CFR Part 32.6 and 28 U.S.C. 1691 were the only two statutory rules of procedural enforcement that plaintiff was asking from this court. No order is necessary or requested by both defense and plaintiff, as both defense and plaintiff agree to their dismissal. These two requested statutory enforcement claims are no longer recognized. The two vehicles or doors of statutory enforcement that plaintiff requested have been closed. These two statutes offered defense the opportunity to defend their arguments and raise the stakes of having this court side in their favor on judgment in this court of record. Plaintiff offered defense the statutory jurisdiction in this court of record that they would need to defend. In a court of record, when a statute is cited for enforcement by plaintiff, it is a vehicle for defense to use statutory defenses and offers the court the opportunity to adjudicate a case in favor of defendant's statutory jurisdiction. In the event that both plaintiff and defense agree to the dismissal of the enforcement of those enforcement statutes before final judgment, then statutory jurisdiction ceases in a court of record. On final judgment, statutory jurisdiction cannot be recognized, and the jurisdiction of a court of record unless a vehicle is provided. These vehicles have been removed. Evidence and claims by plaintiff are not beyond the competence of this judicial to enforce. Now, all I ask is that this court enforce the contract, enforce the indenture, enforce controlling law, and not to adopt a ruling in part or whole from the executive. Remember what I read you about the common law thing? From the executive branch, from the magistrate, but to create the order in official judicial capacity. Remember, creating orders and decisions independent of the magistrate, like I read from that thing. And don't forget to put in for which lead execution's issue. Now, Plaintiff Tully Salem, one of the people in Montana that filed this complaint for damages in this court of record, deemed this case ripe for judgment in favor of plaintiffs, and damages, actions, and requests be in compliance with Montana Code 2-9-108. Look that one up, you guys. MCA 2-9-108. Look that up. Type that in. Open up a new window right now. Type that in. And docket 17. And all damages awarded be listed in the final judgment or an attachment to the order. Blah! And then I signed it. Look that up, you guys. Can you guys see that? What does Montana Code 2-9-108 talk about when it comes to tort law? Tort damages. How much money do you think the judge could award me? Nah. Wow. Did everybody fall asleep? I'm done. I'm done reading, you guys. Here, the government gives you $160 for each child? What, is that every year? I badgered. I'm still awake. We got 8 people watching, so right now it looks like we only have 2 people awake. Every month. Really? Wow. Bad Rich. Oh. Yeah, Gunno, yeah. Bad Rich, I have a 35. Got back. Okay. At about 2-hour mark. Okay. What kind of weapons were available when the Constitution were written? A lot of times they were just muskets. Muskets, you load them, front load them. Yeah, well, you really know your shit. Or you could be completely insane and none of us would know the difference. I can tell you guys something, though. I've looked around trying to find cases where people have sued child support in federal court, and I can't find any. I can't find any. I've heard of people trying to attempt to sue child support, and they normally get their cases shut down within 1 or 2 months. But I filed my complaint, my first complaint, back in January 7th of 2019. I have been fighting and going back and forth with child support for over a year now. There must be something with my case or with whatever I'm doing here that is really seriously kicking the shit out of whatever they're trying to throw. I haven't heard of anybody suing child support in federal court like what I'm doing. I've heard of people trying to sue child support in state court. I mean, it makes me feel pretty good to know that I've gone this far with it. But it's been really stressful. Really, really stressful. How much is a seatbelt ticket in your state? In our state, here in Montana, if you get a seatbelt ticket, I think it goes up to about $350, and that's just for the ticket. Then, when you go into the court will turn around and charge you maybe $100. So you're looking at anywhere between, like, you know, $400, $500, maybe $600 for a seatbelt ticket. I know the last ticket I got for driving without a license, I got pulled over. And the cop came up and asked me, he was like, you know, do you have a license? I was like, no, I don't have a license. I said, I drive good and everything. I says, but no, I don't have a license. Child support took it. He's like, well, you know, you're supposed to have a license. I'm like, well, I've heard of that. But, you know, I kind of do that sovereignty thing. You know, I know my rights. He's like, well, I'll have to cite you for a ticket for not driving without a license. So I'm like, all right, you know, whatever. So he gives me the ticket, and then I go into the court, and it was funny. The judge says, well, you got a traffic violation here. Normally you can pay it all off. Will you be able to pay it all off? She goes, can you? We normally will drop the payments if you can get your license back within 20 days or something like that. And I go, no, Your Honor, there ain't no way that's going to happen. There's way too much crazy behind this thing. And she goes, she kind of smiled and chuckled at that. And the state prosecutor girl was standing next to me. I go, yeah, there's way too much crazy behind this. There's no way I could pay all this off. And she goes, okay, normally it's about, I think it's, yeah, it's like $250 or no, $275 or something like that. But she took off like 25 bucks of it or 50 bucks, something like that. So it only cost it, I had to pay 200 bucks, I think, 225, something like that. But yeah, that's pretty damn costly for getting caught without driving a license. It's like stupid without a license. I mean, why would I want to contract into the DMV, and that would put me underneath all of the state laws? See, state statutes don't apply to everybody. That's why they're called statutes. They're not positive law. Murder, that's positive law because it applies to everybody. A state statute that applies to somebody who's operating their car on the street is what? A driver. So when you contract in to get your license, you agree to all the laws that put you underneath that license. So if you don't contract in to get that license, those laws don't apply to you. See how that works? And everybody's brainwashed into thinking that, yeah, they do apply to you. They do apply to you, but they don't. And they impose these big fines and big fees on people to kind of coerce them into getting their license. You know, it'd be cheaper if you just paid the $40 a year to get your license, instead of every time you get pulled over, you have to pay $250. I have a better idea. How about you understand that I'm not going to pay into the $40 thing, and you can't give me a fine because I'm not under those laws. There's big arguments behind all that stuff too, though. But unless you're somebody like me And they turn around there like, no, you're going to pay. You're going to, I'm like, no, I'll see you in federal court. I'll execute a case against you. Federal court. Believe me, I know what I'm doing. I just got out of federal court suing child support and wiping out the fucking what? You want me to go after the DMV too? God damn it. Like, don't make me go after you, because God damn it, I'll take your house, I'll take your bank, I'll take your business, I'll take it all. Fucking piece of shit people. Makes me so mad. The more of this stuff, but it's really neat because you are right, Gunham. I've had to study a lot of different types of law. I've crunched. Dude, I can't believe what I have done here. I started studying law. I started studying this stuff in the beginning of 2017 when my checks were getting garnished. I learned for 2 years. At the same time of learning, I was also writing up my case for 2 years. Because I have a statute of limitations of 2 years. When you know you've been wronged and somebody messed you up, you have 2 years to file a case. So that means I had 2 years to learn all this stuff. Sit down here and read the shit out of stuff. Print crap off. You should see all this paperwork I got around me of all these different things and stuff. Learn all this stuff, crunch it in 2 years, and write my case in that time period and execute it in federal court. Within 2 years. And knock down all the arguments from defense, enforce my claims for the past year. If you ever talk to anybody out there, I don't know if you know this, Gunham, or not, but Bad Wrench will know it. Josh, I don't know. Josh is probably too young to know it. But a lot of these other guys who are old enough to know it, everybody is brainwashed into thinking that you have to pay into child support to support your kid. And you don't. You made him in private. You can take care of him in private. You don't have to go through the fucking state. But they brainwash the shit out of everybody. And they lie. These attorneys will lie straight to your face saying, yeah, well, it's mandatory in the state law that you pay in through this system. No. No. To learn everything that I learned in 2 years and still write my case and submit it into federal fucking court. Federal court. Then study the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. This is the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure right here. See all this paperwork? These are all processes and procedures of filing paperwork up against somebody in federal court. And what's also, I'm kind of glad that the attorneys that I'm going up against, I'm glad I have them. Because they're not making this shit easy for me. Some of the paperwork that they filed is so awesome. It's really good stuff. Even though it's, challenging my shit. But still, I've learned a lot of really cool stuff from their filings. I can tell you one thing. It's not stuff I probably could have learned in any college course. Guess how old I am now, T-Man? 18? No. 20? Really? Whoa. You're 23 now? So, do you guys have the same laws over there that you have to be 21 to go into a bar and drink and party? Here in the United States, they have it set up like that. You have to be 21 to go into a bar Go hang out with friends and stuff. Go to all the strip clubs. Yeah, baby. Yeah. Naked women. Woohoo, baby. I think, but I don't drink. Oh, okay. That's all right. You don't have to drink. Just go out and party anyways. Of course, drinking while you're partying is a little bit more fun because it really relaxes you. Makes you feel happy. Happy beer. I found out that the back in the day when Egypt was hey Joe Mama, when the Egyptians were building the pyramids, uh they rewarded some of the Egyptians with beer. Are you still alive? Yeah. Did you leave, James? I thought you were still here. Oh. My boss called? Oh. Well, since the weather is starting to warm up, they got you setting stuff up for you guys. Oh, he's a talker, yeah. How long have we been on now? We're at the 3-hour mark. All right. Joe Mama, you a farmer? No. No, I'm not a farmer. Oh, James. No, James isn't a farmer. James goes out and he's a arborist. I think that's what they're called, arborist. Goes out and trim trees and takes out tree trunks and stuff. Oh, I do tree work, stump grinding and stuff. Yeah. And lawn care on the side, yeah. Joe Mama says, I do the same. Lawn care or tree work? Joe Mama, do you do lawn care or do you do tree work? Both. Lawn care. Oh, okay. Yeah, back in the day I used to go out and mow lawns too. That was really kind of nice. That was decently lucrative doing that. That was decently lucrative. And automotive work. Which one do you like most, Joe Mama? You like automotive work or the lawn care work? Hey, Earl. Earl's life. He decided to jump in here. Froster. I got myself a cheapo shortwave radio. Did you? You have to send me pictures of it over there on Facebook. Or post it over there on Discord. Play Law and Order theme. Oh, Gunham's over there? Yeah, Gunham, you're on there too? Test. No, I didn't. Let me look. Matt Ellis. No way. I wonder if he ever shot. I wonder if he's jumped in here. No, probably didn't. No, James, I don't see. Did you send it to me on Facebook here? Oh, you just got the notification? Servers are unavailable. Oh, that sucks. So you can't upload the picture. Oh, on Google Hangouts. Oh. Oh. Let me jump over there. I have so many of these damn chat things. I can't keep them straight. Oh, yeah, okay, I see. Wow, you got a lot of fancy stuff, don't you now? Jeez. Oh, you got a little handheld one? Okay. Yeah, I see that. I see that, James. You got your own little NORAD going on there. Tampa Boys Customs. What's up, T-Man? New to your channel? What are we talking about? Oh, we were talking about all sorts of stuff here. We were talking about all sorts of different stuff. Set up a new Amazon thing. I got a new Amazon page. Amazon Influencer is what it's called. Got that set up. Bought a digital scanner. Ooh. Yeah, Joe Mama. Me and James, we know each other when we both used to live back in Iowa. And back then, we were ham radio operators. We had 2 meter and 440 system set up, and we were pretty heavy into it. But unfortunately, we didn't have the money to buy anything really decent. So, yeah, we all had handhelds. Yeah, built our own antennas and all that kind of stuff. It was really kind of neat. My call sign used to be KB0YXJ. Not anymore. I don't have my license anymore, so I let it drop just because there was no interest and I didn't have the money and, you know, all that kind of stuff. I still have a lot of my equipment, but haven't fired it up or nothing. Back then, yeah, James, I still have all my pirate radio stuff. I don't know if I told you about that. Yeah, I started up a pirate radio station, an FM broadcast transmitter. Yeah, it was really cool. I covered about 3/4 of the county. It's kind of neat. Played music and chit-chatted and had people come over and we'd all get on the air and talk and stuff. It was pretty funny. Pretty good. Pretty fun. What does that do? Tampa's asking. That's an Amazon influencer page. So like when I buy products or I buy stuff that I like, or I see products that somebody else has reviewed, or I look at products and I think things are neat and somebody could use it, I can take that product and add it to my store. And then when people buy it from here, I get a certain percentage off of that purchase. It's a way for me to make extra money so I can apply it into my YouTube channel and builds and all that kind of stuff. Still got those HTs? Yeah, I do. I got mine. You should get it again. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Thought about doing it. Oh, you thought about doing that here? Doing a pirate radio station there? Yeah, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized that, you know, if you were to start up your own radio station online, you'd probably have a lot more people tuning in than you would having a regular pirate radio station. Yeah. I also have a go-kart channel. I'll look into that. Yeah, it's all right, but one of the problems with this type of thing is that if you find products on Amazon, a lot of times when it comes to like go-kart parts and certain parts, they're pretty expensive. And that's why I don't have very many go-kart parts on my influencer page, because for me, I normally buy my go-kart parts either from BMI carts or from eBay, my tires from a different source. So I only have this stuff on here, which is the cheaper stuff that's kind of close to the stuff that I use. Yep. I have Yaesu Fusion now. What is that? That's cool. We just went live for our first time racing from our shop. It was super fun. That's cool. That's cool. I'm gonna run upstairs and get some coffee quick. I'll be right back. It's ham radio linked to internet. Oh, really? Yaesu Fusion. Huh? Nomad, if you can take a picture of that handheld shortwave, I want to see that. Or at least, you know, what kind it is, and I can look it up. Okay, let me go back up here. I build racing lawnmowers. Joe Mama builds, okay, he builds racing lawnmowers. It's hammer radio to the link. Okay. Yeah, I had 2 cameras set up on Stream Yard. It was working really well. Don't need to pass Morse code to get your license now. Ooh. And that's going around 50 miles an hour. Yeah, that's flying on a lawnmower. We have a few carts that do 50. Those mowers are because they are hydrostatic. Building a 420 Crossfire buggy right now and a dual engine trike. My boss has one of those diesel 72-inch grasshoppers. Ooh. Definitely want to wear a seatbelt, though you get bounced off the seat easy. I have a diesel 75 Sear suburban garden tractor. Ooh. 10 horsepower and more. I need to get mine ready for the season. Yeah. I will be putting a 10 horsepower Yammer clone into an MTD 690. We broke a couple carts today, racing them. I can connect my scanner to the computer and record everything and live stream it. Whoa. That would be kind of cool. Well, I guess, yeah, I guess, you know, I guess you could. I mean, if you got your scanner, you could plug in from the headphones into the microphone jack of your computer, turn the volume down low enough so that way you're not pumping out all that juice right into your computer, and then you could sit here and you could listen to the cops pull people over. I know there's apps out there that you can get at the Google Play Store, and they're apps that'll help you, that you can listen to PD on scanners and stuff. And I was playing around with that once, and I was listening to, you know, what was it? Los Angeles PD. And I don't know, you know, Los Angeles is going to have a lot of frequencies, so I don't know exactly what precinct it was. But dude, some of the crap I was hearing, and it was all like, they were all saying shit like, yeah, we got a call about some this and this and this, and apparently the individual has a gun. It's like, it makes me almost wonder if these people purposely call in to get the cops there sooner to say, I think they have a gun. I mean, that's like crying wolf, you know? These cops are going to like take forever to show up because they know there ain't no fucking gun involved. It has a USB port on the scanner for all of that? What? What scanner you got? Post it so I can look it up on Google. I can Googleize it. Googleize it. It needs to be Googleized. I want to see what kind of scanner that is. You can control the scanner and everything from your computer too, most likely. BCD996P. What is that? Is that a Uniden Bearcat? Or a Uniden? BCD 996 P2. Oh, that was the blue thing, huh? Whoa. Dude, that's pretty. Holy crap. 350 bucks? Oh, it looks like you can change the color it to pink or blue, cyan, magenta. All right, guys, I gotta go. One of my uncles just died. What? Oh, man. Sorry to hear that, Atsar. All right, thanks, man. Thanks for the super chat, and thanks for the tape measure too. When I get that, I'll show that. Scanning NXDN with SDR discriminator output. Yeah, I'm reading this. I'll show you here. I'll put the link in. It looks like it's talking about your radio, your scanner, James. Some special mod to it. Yeah. Kind of interesting. Do you know what they're talking about there, James? Oh. IF, that's intermittent frequency tap, right? Looking for a new ebook reader. My 10-year-old Nook might be starting to fail. Ebook reader? I think Amazon has their own ebook reader. I think if you sign up with Amazon, they might give you an ebook reader if you use it a lot on Amazon. I think. What is Amazon? Kindle? Is that what that thing is? Is it called a Kindle? Maybe I'm dating myself. Maybe they got rid of the Kindle. Really? Me and Amazon are not on good terms. Yeah, yeah. Give us the beef. Let's hear it, Mad Rush. Let's hear it. Joe Mom wants to know. What? Oh, I'm getting tired now, you guys. Bad Wrench is probably writing up a big paragraph. Oh, it is a unit in Bearcat. BCD. The butane soldering gun. I think so. I think I've seen that. I think I've seen one of those things. It took me like 3 months to cancel my Amazon when I got fired many years ago, and they kept taking money out of my credit card. Oh, so they were charging. Oh, I see. Josh is going off to bed. All right, Josh, thanks for hanging out with us. I'm sorry, you're tired. Oh, got the charges refunded, but it took months. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. See, I don't like a lot of these subscription services. I really don't. You know, I mean, they'll sit there and they'll say, "Oh, it's only $4.99 a month. It's only $10.99 or $9.99 a month." But you know, when you've got their service and you've got another service and you've got another service and you got another service, I was looking at something on internet marketing, and they were saying they were talking about setting up online services, and they said that if you went over an online service that would be over $14.99 a month, you're looking at people only joining up for maybe 3 or 4 months and then dropping. But the lower you keep your amount, the more people stick around, because let's say if you had a service that was set up for $2.99 a month, you'll have people stick around a lot more because your service is not the only service that they're using. They might have Hulu, they might have Amazon Prime, they might have other services that they use, and they're paying for all these services every month. And if yours is one that they can go without, or one that's incompatible, you want to make sure that you put your services low enough to the point to where people are going to want to stay with you. And it makes sense. I was talking to Crystal the other day, and she's got Amazon Prime. She's got the regular phone bill, because she goes out and gets the phone cards for the kids, not me anymore. But then the PS4, she pays for the PS4 every year. Just all these other little services that all these companies want you to pay into, and it's like you to be anywhere on any service, especially when I use cash for everything possible, especially when buying firearms. Yeah. I like to pay stuff with cash. No one can pull it out of me pocket unless you're really good at it. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's very true. 14 to $20 each and every month. Yeah, then you just stop charging right away. Not try to get 1 or 2 more payments out of you. Shooting. Oh yeah, yeah. I know, that's really cool. That's really neat. You heading out, Joe Mama? Ah, I got so many windows. Oh, God damn it. What's going on here? Okay, there we go. Alrighty, man. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I'll probably shut this down here in maybe about 10, 15 minutes or so. Well, we had so many people in here, and we only got 12 thumbs up. Huh. What, Ashley? What? You're okay, cat. I'm gonna squirt you, kitty. Okay, I'll be nice to you. Well, if any of your fuckers get around Lottie, Ohio, in the middle of the night, you gotta stop in and see me. Lottie, Ohio? What time is it there? If it's 10:30 here, what is it? 12:30 there, Bad Wrench? You're 2 hours ahead of me, aren't you? I think. I think so. Oh, 3 hours? Lottie, Ohio. Oh, oh, okay, 12:30. Yeah. Lottie is a village? Village in Ohio? jump over to Google Maps. Worcester Street. I work the fuel desk at a truck stop now. I've read 6 books since I started this job. It's 9:40 a.m. Sunday here. Whoa, wow. We're going on to... Oh, wait. Yeah, it is still... For me, Gunham, it's 10:40 here in the United States at my time. So you're almost 11 hours ahead of me. No, wait, 24, 23? Oh, AM. That's right. No, so that would be 8. About 11 hours. Something like that. Sounds like easy money. It's easy money as long as Comdata works and all the stupid truck drivers can get their cash advances. Yeah, easiest money I ever made was as a security guard. Yeah. Back in the day, I was a security guard too, where I was going through Wells Fargo. I hated that job. That was one job I did not like. Yeah, kind of gun them, but you also got to make sure that you know, it's a product that stays. You know, it's a business that stays relevant. Nowadays, things change so damn fast that, you know, it's, I don't know. It's hard to make money online because it just is. You know, I mean, it's easier to make money nowadays than it was, you know, 20, 30 years ago. But yeah, I need a few months of low stress. I'm building my studio / workshop. Yeah. Yeah. And when I worked in a print shop. Oh, yeah. Yeah, true. Yeah. Bad answer there. Yeah. There's so many people out there doing, well, you know, it's one of those things where it's like everybody's doing it, so you really don't know who to go to, who's got the best stuff, you know. I'm actually sitting here thinking about starting an Amazon FBA thing, you know, actually ordering stuff from China and starting my own business on Amazon. There's one idea that I've got, and that's for making a new type of backpack that would be interchangeable with other stuff. But I'd have to, you know, contact a company and go back and forth, and that would probably take money to come up with all the material and build templates and all that crap. But I don't know, when I get more into it and I can completely stop thinking about this goddamn case. You know, that's the only reason why that's holding me back on doing stuff, is still handling this case. I need that shit to be fucking away from me. In my past, gone away, so I can go out do whatever. One of the hardest things is, well, I don't know. It's all hard. It's all hard. It's all difficult to do. Yeah. 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 Some of the best stuff to, at least online, for us guys, you know, if we really want to make really good money, we gotta do illegal shit. But if you sell products to women, that's different. I have noticed that. I have noticed that when you market products off to women, they're more inclined to buy. Guys don't. They have to see somebody else using it before they decide to take it on themselves. Before they decide to do it themselves. But then women, you know, you got some type of special little sponge or some exfoliating fucking tree sap ointment to stick in your ear to help clean out your fucking soul. Women will buy that shit up. Yeah, I got them. Yeah. Yeah. Plus, one of the things about starting up a fabrication shop is you really have to make sure that people know what your capabilities are, because people will bring you ideas of something that they want built, and you won't have the equipment to do it. And if you do have the equipment to do it, it might be a super expensive piece of equipment that you needed to buy that you're using like maybe once or twice a year, but it's sitting there. So whenever somebody comes in and they want a job done and you got to use that equipment, then you got to charge the shit out of them to use that equipment. And then they get pissed off because it's so damn expensive. You know what I'm saying? Rage, red face. Damn, it's been a long time, over 6 years. What's up? I don't know. Rage red face. That doesn't sound familiar. Did you change your YouTube channel name? I have a 30 by 56 pole barn and a small workshop. Big ass Logan lathe, drill press, sanders, and buying a CNC cutter too. It'll be difficult in advertising. Yeah. Plus, it's a big cleanup too. Of course, that's not really that big of a deal. Yeah, but I've never been into watching live streams. Yeah. Yeah, some live streams get a little odd. This one only gets odd when somebody super chats, but that's about it. That's the only time this ever. Other than that, we stay completely and utterly professional on this channel. Completely and utterly professional. And shit. Yeah. And he only sees about half of his super chats. No, I see all the super chats. I think, unless you've super chatted and I didn't notice it. Nope. The last super chat that you did only. The last super chat I didn't notice until I had shut the live stream down that you did, Bad Wrench. And it was like, I went in, I saw my email, I was like, what's that? And I click on it, and I was like, oh my God, he super chatted, and I didn't even recognize it. Original content and original subscribers. Yeah, there we go. Professional, you say? Might as well just chug a pint and piss all over your tools. All right, I'm about to fall out here. Need to get rest. My neck. Okay, man. Yeah, I'll probably be shutting this down here pretty quick, James. Did that actually help everybody when I did that last video? And I let everybody know that I was going to fire this up at exactly 7 o'clock today. Did you guys like that better? Is it better to be notified when I'm going to be doing a live stream and actually stick to a schedule and actually do it, fire it up when I'm going to do it, or just fly by, wait to get notifications? You knew from the video? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I might do that. Honestly, I just saw a red dot next to your name, said live streaming, and I thought, who's this guy? Don't remember till I saw the Tumblr card. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. I've built a few more machines since the Tumblr. Yeah. Haven't done anything recently because I've been working on some other things, but yeah. Are you working on anything currently, Rage? Working on any machines, or were you just out browsing on YouTube? The full screen machine, the buggy that I did build, that's pretty close to kind of a Doom buggy, but not. I think I know what you're talking about, an actual Dune buggy. I have thought about that, but the major cost in something like that for me would be the tires and the engine. Because if I wanted to build something close to like a Doom buggy, I'd want to get like a car engine. But when I start getting into those bigger builds, that costs a lot more. And I get really sick of having to pull money out of my own pocket to put into all these builds because people want to see me build it, but yet I wouldn't use it that often. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of like to make builds that I'll use, you know, and be cheap enough for me to build, you know. Oh, I saw a dude take a Volkswagen Finder and make a mini bike them with it, trying to recreate it. You're trying to recreate it? Something like what they did? If I was closer to you, I would be dropping project stuff off all the time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Volkswagen Fender. Yeah, it's a lot of body work. Huh. Yeah. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about, Rage. They take the front fender and the rear fender. They take the fenders off of the left and right side of the car. Am I thinking of this right? They take the fenders off of the car, and they take the two fenders and combine them together and weld them, and that'll be like the front. And then they have where the person's going to be riding, and then the rear end is the rear fenders. Am I imagining this right? I think I might know what you're talking about. All right. Okay. Bad Ranch. That's okay. Yep. I saw something like that. I saw a picture of something like that once. Do they have a specific name? Oh yeah, I didn't even. I was gonna point this out to you guys too. Here, let me switch over. On that Amazon page, on my Amazon influencer page, there's at the top there you'll see bags, tool, tactical, and accessory. If you click on that one and it opens up, the far left one, the one that says well, if you got Prime, $39. That bag right there is really close to this one that I've got. It's got the zip open flap. It's got this zip open flap. I mean, this one's all filled with stuff right now, but it's got the side pockets. And the, whoa, the chroma key is taking out my little latch. Dude, what is that all about? Look at that shit. Gotta love that chroma key, huh? Dude, that's spooky. But yeah, this bag that I have right here is just like that one that's on that influencer page. I really like this bag. I really do. There's so much stuff in there. This is a real TV infomercial, yeah. Ooh, look at that. Isn't that weird? Look at that. Holy crap. Come in. If you want buggy ideas, watch Bad Obsession Motorsports. Project Binky, they did a drivetrain swap in a Rover Mini, put a Toyota turbo engine in it, and made it four-wheel drive. Oh, man. Oh, no. I don't want to watch stuff like that because I get jealous because I don't got the money to do it. You unbolted the suspension, or they unbolted the suspension and made a metal negative jig bolted to the body. Then they built a new chassis around the jig, and when they were done, the drivetrain bolted to it. Wow. That would be, wow, that'd be a project. That'd be a little, I don't know. Project Binky. Put your money into something that will make you money. Make the big expensive thing. Get the views, the money, and break with leftover. Yeah, you think that would work. Not on YouTube. If you throw out a bunch of money onto YouTube, yeah, you might get it. It's, I don't know. It doesn't work for me. Break even or the leftovers. Yeah, it doesn't work for me. I've put a lot of money into a lot of my bills and into a few of my builds, and I never make my money back. I'm at a very big loss for what I've done on YouTube. It's technically it's never really been a financial benefit. I mean, it's been a social benefit, but financially it hasn't been. Google has come in and they just dicked over my channel. I gotta get money from an outside source because I can't get funding from YouTube. I can't rely on AdSense to fund not just the projects but my life, you know. See, it's not like what Redbeard's Garage or Cars and Cameras or some of these other YouTube builders can do when they start building go-karts, and they totally get all their parts and engines and all that shit sent to them from Go Power Sports. You know, I can't do that. I'm not gonna do that. It's just too much of a thing I don't like. I don't like working with, well, at least Go Power Sports. And there's no other channel, there's no other businesses out there that will do what Go Power Sports has done. Ever heard of Go Kart Alley? Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. But I think they even get sponsorship from Go Power Sports too. See, a few years ago, I was working with Go Power Sports when they first started working with Cars and Cameras. And Cars and Cameras wanted parts and stuff, and Go Power Sports told me that they'd be willing to send me parts and stuff, and I didn't really want to do that because I understood the structure of the spectrum. And I knew that it's better to make money than it is to get parts. Well, what had happened was I told Go Power Sports that I wanted to be paid based upon the viewership of the videos that I have their parts in. And I'd want to buy the parts because at the end of tax season, I need to show that I'm actually spending money, you know. Well, then as time was going by, I was sending them the view count on what I was doing. They were paying me and stuff, and all of a sudden, just out of nowhere, they just stopped. They just stopped. It was like after the 4th month or something like that, they just stopped paying me. And I was like, oh, all right, well, fuck it then. That's why I won't do any business with Go Power Sports. Everybody else can do all their business, and you know, and they get all the, and Cars and Cameras grew so big because they were also promoted by their network that they were part of. Their network helped push their content out, and they were part of like Motor Trend, a network or something like that. They joined up with a network. That's why the channel is called Cars and Cameras, because the guy was a car, because John was a car lover. He liked doing car evaluations or car reviews. Well, if you look at their earliest, I don't know if he still has them up there, but he had a few videos up of car reviews where he would review cars. And then he did the go-kart thing, and then his channel blew up because his channel was promoted by the network. The network wanted me to join with them, and the Motor Trend network wanted me to. No, it wasn't Motor Trend. I can't remember what it was. It was something Motor Rage or something like that. It was a network. It was a YouTube network. They wanted me to join up with them, but I had already been part of a network before that, and I know how much money they take. And in the network that I was in, Full Screen, it was a good network. It was nice, and I got paid kind of okay, but I didn't get paid until they started promoting my channel, until they started pushing my channel out there, because networks can do that. They can push your content out there through contractual agreement with YouTube. So the networks, if they wanted to, they could make you famous regardless of how good your damn content was. Regardless of whether your content was good or not, they could take you and put you out there. Because the more exposure you got, the more views you got, and the more money you could make and help make them. See how that worked? So it's a big chain reaction that would happen. And Cars and Cameras, they ended up getting promoted buy their network, and then simultaneously at the same time, because they were getting promoted by their network, Go Power Sports came in and started sending them free products, engines and parts and tires and all that kind of stuff, which means that they got to keep more money in their pocket. They don't have to, you know, the money that they get from their network, they don't now have to go out and buy parts, so they can pocket all that money. So they can go out and they can buy all these GoPro cameras, and they can go out and buy all this stuff, and go out and buy all these different go-karts and everything, because that's all money they don't have to spend when they're getting free parts. So it's like everything was just handed to these guys. Everything was. Same with Redbeard's Garage. You know, everything was just handed to these guys. Of course, you got to put the work into building your shit together. Yeah, but when you've got enough money, when you're getting money coming in from YouTube and AdSense, and you don't have to buy any parts, which means that's not an expense. So you don't have to slow down to buy your parts. You don't have to slow down and build money up to buy the parts that you need, because they're being shipped to you. And all you got to do is whore them out in every single video that you put out. Plus, Go Power Sports also requires people to put out like I think 3 or 4 videos every week, and that's a lot of work, you know. And yeah, so I didn't like that idea. I wanted to stay in control of my content. I wanted to stay in control, but you know, yeah, sure, it helps these guys. You know, you put up long content, and Google turns around and is going to reward channels that put up longer content because they want longer watch time. You know, but that's kind of that contradicts being a builder, because you don't want to be sitting in front of the damn screen watching a half-hour video or a 20-minute video when you can get the same type of information off of a 5 or 10-minute video and get out and start building what you just watched. So YouTube turn around and rewards these channels for higher output, longer videos to get people to sit on their asses longer in front of their platform. I didn't want to sell out to that, you know. Yeah. See, it was, you know, I didn't have a problem. I didn't have a problem working with Go Power Sports. It's just out of the blue, because I didn't like cars and cameras. And I voiced it a few times on live streams. I voiced it. And I even voiced it in a few videos. I was like, I don't like these guys. They're getting everything fucking handed to them. This shit ain't right. But, you know, you go in there and you watch their channel now, and you got all these people watching their stuff, and it's just like, what groupies, man? Wait till you start building shit. You're not going to have a life like what they have. You won't be able to go off cross country to all these places and drive with all these other YouTubers, and you won't have the money to do this and to do that and go to Las Vegas and see all these car shows. No, no. You're not going to be able to live that kind of life. But people watch the hell out of it, I guess. So, I don't know. I just like to keep my stuff as real as I possibly can. But because I do that, my channel doesn't go anywhere. You know, I don't like inducing the idea into my viewers that I'm larger than life. You know, I've got all these opportunities to go out and travel the United States and go from here and go to there, and you know what I'm saying? I want to keep it real. But oh well. I don't think I'll ever do any business with Go Power Sports at all, even if they ask or whatever. Yeah, that's true, Rage. Yeah. That is true. Yeah. I don't know. See, the thing is that you think that it would be a bunch of kids watching this stuff, but it really isn't. Well, I don't know about their stuff, but on my channel, I can get into my analytics and I can see how many kids under the new, the 13-year-old mark. I can see how many viewships I get from people like that, and it was only like 2%. So I set my whole channel up being not for kids. You know what I'm saying? I don't like the, I mean, even when the channel was open to everybody, my view count from kids under 13 or even under, I think it was 15 or something like that, was only like 2%. I didn't have hardly any kids who would ever come in and watch my stuff. But most of it was all teenagers and young adults and older people. I didn't have a lot of 30 and 40-year-olds. I had, well, no, I did have a few 30-year-olds. Yeah, well, no. Yeah, my age group was primarily between 24 and 34. And then between 35 and 45, it was pretty low. But then from 45 and higher, that was all right. Yeah, Bad Wrench. Hey, I'm not far behind you, man. You have the older group that come in and watch because they want to be able to build this stuff because it's stuff that they wanted to have when they were younger and they didn't have the opportunity to. And now that they've got things established in their life, they can go out and try doing it, which is kind of neat. But I haven't watched anything of Redbeard's Garage lately. I haven't watched anything of Cars and Cameras except their last one I saw was their they went to Las Vegas or something like that. Went to some big car show. And I was sitting there watching that and I'm just like, they do this stuff, they do these things like 3 or 4 times a year. And they make it a big event, and they travel all over the United States. I mean, it's just like, who can do that? I mean, just a few years ago, they couldn't do it because they didn't have the money. But when you're getting a massive amount of view count off of your videos, and all your parts are already paid for and getting sent to you for free, I mean, God, you're getting handed success. You don't have to struggle or shit. You have another guy who does all your editing for you and does all your film work. Maybe occasionally, maybe John might do it himself, but they've got another guy that helps them out do that. So it's just one of those things where their entire platform is just handed to them. Let your money make money. Well, you could say that, but you see, they don't need to use their money to make them any money. They don't have to use their money to buy any parts, or anything like that. Maybe they could use their money to go out and buy frames, buy stuff on Craigslist like they have been doing. They've done a lot of that. They'll go out and they'll use their money and they'll go out and buy like, oh, we've got these 3 go-karts for $200, I mean, obviously they made that off of the AdSense revenue. But when they got to swap out the engine, put new tires on it, brakes, that all comes from Go Power Sports, and that's where your major expense is. Rage, that when you're building your own stuff, the frame, that's the cheapest thing to build. Your frame's it's the cheapest thing. Your rear end, your axle, your sprockets, all your bearings and your tires and your chain and your that's all that little stuff is what just tanks your entire project. Your engine. And that's if you just get a regular engine. If you want to get a bigger engine, like a motorcycle engine, you're looking at, you know, $400 or $500 off of Craigslist or something. And then if it doesn't work, you got to go around and find all the parts for it. The shit isn't handed to you. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's yeah, yeah. Yeah, I was really jealous of it too, because when I've been doing YouTube for a long time, since 2008, 2009, right around there when I started. Well, technically I started in 2008. Well, no, technically I started regularly uploading in 2009, but between 2009 and 2000, that year of 2009 and the middle of 2010, I studied the shit out of YouTube. I was in the help forums, learning their whole system, learning how everything works, how to integrate everything, and I learned the system really, really dang well. And I studied networks and how networks use their contracts and their network leverage, you could call it, to help push channels out. I learned that whole system. And when I see a channel starting to grow and they're part of a network, I know what's going on. I know what's going on. The network is pushing them out there. The network in the background is contacting YouTube's partner support saying, okay, we have a channel here that does this, and this. We will offer YouTube an additional 2% on our yearly ad revenue on products and blah, 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 blah. You know, they come up with these big contracts and YouTube agrees to it. So YouTube pays them a certain amount. Then they'll pay their channels. And then at a 6-month mark, it's normally, at the time it was every fiscal quarter, which is every 3 months or every half of year. So when you would join a network and you were a channel that the network liked and wanted to promote, you really wouldn't see anything substantially happen to your channel and the growth of your channel happen unless it was at the ending of a fiscal quarter, which is 3 months, or at the end of a half a year, after 6 months. After that first quarter, you start seeing your channel grow, or after the first 6 months, you start seeing your channel grow. And it was a contract agreement, because it would give your channel a time to culture and generate views and subscribers and stuff under the network's push, slight push. And then YouTube would come in and evaluate the system and say, oh, okay, network, you are correct. This channel could do better, so we'll help promote them out there. So I could, back then I could sit back and I could just watch a channel and see it's go into the analytics and go to different websites and stuff that you can view channels. And I knew right away their view count and their subscriber rate just starts skyrocketing. I'm like, wow. I just found a shit ton of EPUB books downloading, like mofo. Oh, EPUB. What's that? Yeah, it's electronic publishing. Yeah. Yep. There are a good amount of places on the internet that you might also like, Bad Ranch, are audiobooks. I love those things. You get an audiobook, and you can sit there and listen to that while you're working. Yeah. See, and that's also another reason why Redbeard's garage. Redbeard is not as big as Cars and Cameras either, because Cars and Cameras got promoted via their network, and then I'm sure Go Power Sports going through Google or DoubleClick or Google advertising has assisted them in pushing their content out there too. Redbeard came in probably about 4 or 5 months after Go Power Sports, or after Cars and Cameras started growing really big. But Redbeard wasn't part of a network, so he didn't have that clout behind the network to push his shit out there. Cars and Cameras started out as being a car review thing because that's what John liked. But then the network kind of says, yeah, do a go-kart one, and we'll kind of, we'll see what happens there, and this is what we'll tell you to do, and we'll kind of help push that one out there. Because they wanted my channel, and I said no. They asked me to join up with them, and I was like, no. Because at the time, I was the biggest go-kart channel on YouTube. Right there around 2011, 12, right around 13. A little of 14 too. And then through the mid of 15, my go-kart, T-Man's Go-Karts, was the biggest go-kart channel on YouTube. That ain't no bull. Bad Wrench remembers. He was around at that time. Yeah, so there are a lot of factors, and then when you see that happen, it's just like, whoa. You're calling me? Oh, no, you've been around for a while. You've been a subscriber to my channel for a long time, so you know. I had a huge channel in the Nerf community. Yeah, did you? Yeah, I think I remember you saying something to me about that once. Can you remember how many subscribers you had? Oh, build a tank for Nerf. Yeah. You ever see those air pressurized tennis ball shooters? Less than 30,000? Oh. Oh. I think Bad Wrench did that too. He modified Nerf guns and stuff like that. Oh, wow. Did YouTube block that comment because it had the word guns in it? Wow. The shit they do on YouTube now, man. Wow. Yeah, less than 30,000 subscribers back then. Yeah. In 2005 and 2007, you had about 30,000 subscribers. Yeah, that was something back then. Yeah, I thought, yeah. Airsoft, yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. It probably lets you go through there because you're a moderator. Well, they must not rage because they let your comment go through now. I do know they're doing it with videos though. Look at Coop 772. I remember Coop. Coop 772. Who's that? Oh, Nerf guy. Looks like his channel's still rocking and rolling. 1.22 million. Let's go check out his channel. Newest video. Wow. That's pretty cool. Yeah, Nerf has come a long, long way, man. They make some really dang advanced guns, man. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Nerf Ultra 1. Nerf rival out Overwatch Soldier 76. Fully auto SMG. Tactical turf loadout. Area 51 raid. Oh man, he is totally, that guy's like from head to toe. I downloaded 41 books. I'm so excited. Coop Ice 9. UN 13. Mr. Bad Wrench. Oh. Make them shoot faster and harder. The entire Discworld saga. Bad Wrench, do you still have that channel operating? Do you still have it up? The Nerf one? Oh. Yeah, some of these guns, Nerf is really, like I was saying, Nerf has come a long way. They really advanced the hell out of their stuff. Could you imagine working for that company, being a designer for that company? What the hell is that? Nerf combos. Modulus long strike. The heck is that thing? That's already been talked about, Rage. Straight up brilliant idea here. Make go-karts with extremely lethal modded Nerf guns. I got 2 copyright strikes. One was for uploading concert footage, and one was for the name, because there was a band in Texas called Mr. Bad Wrench, and they wanted my channel name. Damn. I told the guys to fuck off, and YouTube shut down my channel. Man. uh, were they getting aggressive with you or something? You know, that's the same thing that happened to Happy Cabby. Happy Cabby had his, I don't know if you remember him or not, but Happy Cabby, he had his YouTube channel for like 5 or 6 years or something like that, and somebody came in and claimed the name and got a copyright on the fucking name and then shut his channel down. Told me he has to change his channel name or they're going to shut his channel down. I never saw anything. YouTube made the decision. Jeez. I gotta jump out quick. I gotta go potty. Yeah, that's right. One thing we will miss is all these channels and videos that got deleted. That's a lot of memories and nostalgia. Yeah, it is. That's right, Rage. I try to go back through channels. You know, sometimes when I go back through some of my old live streams every once in a while, I'll see people posting comments and stuff. And I'll like, oh my God, I remember that guy. And I'll go and I'll check their channel and they haven't uploaded something. They haven't uploaded anything for, 3, 4, 5 years. And it's just like they just kind of drop off the planet. It's sad to see that because something happened to the point to where they just threw their hands up in the air, and you can kind of understand that, but you kind of wish that nothing bad would have happened. You wish they'd still be around. If you say you're professional, don't forget to piss on your tools. I know you already drink that pint. Agreed, Rage. I have downloaded a few videos here and there because I was afraid they would be deleted. Yeah. There was a guy uploading a video on how to load 41 Magnum bullets into 410 shot shells for deer hunting in Ohio. Yeah. Sometimes when you show stuff that's real that can be illegal. Of course, you always got these idiots who go around and are interested in this stuff, and they find out and they see that it's illegal, and they purposely will tell on you because a while back they were doing a channel and they got shut down, and now they're spiteful and pissed. And when they see somebody else doing roughly the same type of stuff they were doing and nothing bad is happening to them, then they purposely go out and try to get their asses taken down, you know. Or you've got these, and if that's not the case, then they go out and they purposefully look for people creating problems or situations that they shouldn't, and then they have to be the moral police and let YouTube know. And it's really pathetic, it's really pathetic to see that happening. You got trolls, people going around and posting bitching comments and talking about your builds and how dumb you are and all that kind of crap, and they complain about your, these piece of shit people. I mean, they should be getting paid to troll these channels, because if you're going to go out and troll somebody's channel for free, then you're stupid. You know what I'm saying? You should be getting paid to do that shit. You know what I'm saying? Even more stupid if you're going around trolling people's channels and their content for free. And it's of course, I really don't have too much problem with trolls, except when they get really, really stupid. There are a few trolls that I just, they'll say something, I'll recognize their name because they always use the same type of name, and I fucking delete it. I might read their comment one time and go, oh, I know who this is. Fucking boom, wipe them out. They can go out and they can create fucking 100 damn fake accounts to come in on my channel and talk shit. But you know what? I'm going to make them use every single one of them because I'll be deleting each one off of my channel, you know? I'm going to make you use all of them. Yeah, that's right, Rage. Yeah, yeah. I've seen a few videos like that where people will make like small little 22s or 9mm, stuff like that. I got a few. I used to have a few subscribers who actually did that too. I knew this old cat. I think he's got cat in his name. This old Tony. No, I can't remember. Yeah, YouTube doesn't catch them all. Yeah. Yeah. Huh. Well, guys, I think I'm going to get on out of here. I'm going to close this thing down. Yeah. See the problem. See what YouTube has done. Yeah. Yeah. Go to sleep. Yeah. Well, something that I'm gonna show here is that my case that I'm working on. Veterans might understand this, but the case that I'm working on is a Title 42 1983. It's a civil rights case, and those can be used against anybody who is using color of law against somebody else. Now, 3 years ago, Prager University, 4 years ago, Prager University tried filing a lawsuit against YouTube under Title 42 1983. YouTube's defense to that, which ultimately got the case shut down, and the judge cited in favor of YouTube, is that YouTube was a private business and they can control censorship on their platform. The problem now is that after this COPPA thing happened with YouTube, and now YouTube is aimlessly going through their whole system, forcing people and wiping out people's channels and their videos under the COPPA rule and the FTC rules. What YouTube is now doing as a private entity is they are enforcing federal statutory law. When anybody enforces statutory law or statutes or color of law against somebody else that causes them to deprive them of their rights under Title 42 1983, they are held liable. So YouTube is now has caused itself to be held liable to Title 42 1983s because they are executing federal statutes against the people. They're enforcing law. So any of these YouTubers out here who know anything about the law, and there's a lot of attorney channels on YouTube. They get their head out of their asses and start taking charge and start standing up, they can turn around and go after YouTube and actually ultimately win, because YouTube is a private, it's a public entity. Google is a public entity. YouTube, they like to classify YouTube as a private business, but it isn't, because it's owned by Google. But it's executing statutes against the people. It's enforcing law, federal law, FTC provisions of operation, their codes and titles, against the people. So YouTube is enforcing law, which means they have ultimately become a law enforcement body, which means they are now also liable to get sued under the same shit I'm using against child support. Incredible Hulk, do you like Buck aka parties? Never heard of them. I don't know. Hey, you guys, I'm gonna get on out of here. I'm gonna shut this down. I'm getting tired. You know, when I get tired, I get dumb. Ugh. So yeah. Thanks for hanging out with me, everybody. Thanks for everybody who did the super chats and stuff. That's super awesome. And like I said, if you guys are going to be buying cool stuff, I'm going to be searching on Amazon to buy stuff. You could come across my YouTube, my influencer page, yeah, and buy stuff through me, yeah. Oh, Bad Wrench is deleting Incredible Hulk. Incredible Hulk must be a trolley boy. He must be a trollmonger. All right. Thanks, Bad Wrench. That's awesome. All right. See you guys later, man. Thanks for hanging out with me, guys. Come on. Where's my dang cursor at? There it is.